Ryan A, are you able to confirm that channel 8 is running?
Channel 8 is running and good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday, May 4th regular meeting of the Boulder City Council. We have several announcements. Our first announcement concerned the COVID-19 exposure, notification, and vaccination. To learn more, please sign up at www.yourphone.com for more local information on getting your vaccine and sign up for notification. When you're eligible, please go to boco.org/COVID vaccine, notify, sign up. Our second announcement concerns our boards and commissions. You still have time to serve on one of the city's boards and commissions. We are currently accepting applications for the Boulder Junction Access District parking. Do you want me to go over these again? Okay, perfect. The Boulder Access District parking, Boulder Junction Access District travel, demand management, and the Beverage Licensing Authority. Anyone interested in applying, please visit our boards and commissions website at bouldercolorado.gov/boards and commissions. As was noted earlier, our mayor, Sam Weaver, is not here yet. He will be arriving a little bit later at a later stage in the meeting. So please, Alicia, go ahead and call the roll.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend is absent. Joseph.
Here.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Mayor Weaver is late. Councilmember Yates will be late, and Councilmember Young.
Present.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Can we please have a motion to amend the agenda to update items 5A, non-conforming use review of Marpa House, to include council deliberation. This item will be completed in its entirety this evening. Also to remove item 6A, health and safety regulations in public spaces, an annual homelessness update. This item is being moved to May 11th, to the May 11th meeting, and also to add item 8A, City Attorney's Recruitment Subcommittee update for 10 minutes. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any objections to the motion? Nope. Okay, great. This motion to amend has been approved unanimously. Alicia, can you please take us to the next agenda item? Oh, I believe actually is our declaration, which will be presented by Councilmember Brockett.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great honor to read a declaration in honor of Older Americans Month, May 2021. Older Americans Month is a time to honor and celebrate adults ages 60 and over. Each May, the Administration for Community Living sets the theme for this special month, and 2021 is designated as Communities of Strength. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many older adults have demonstrated their strength and courage by supporting their community as healthcare workers, first responders, government employees, essential workers, volunteers, and neighborhood leaders, while many others have endured social isolation as a result of their willingness to support their community by staying home as much as possible. Sadly, many of our older adult community members have died during the pandemic, with adults 55 and over accounting for 97% of the deaths from COVID-19 in Boulder County. The City of Boulder is committed to strengthening the older adult community by connecting with and supporting the over 16,000 older adults, their families, and caregivers, and by acknowledging their many valuable contributions and the critical role they play in building strong, resilient communities and serving as role models and mentors for younger generations. The City of Boulder also recognizes the value in acknowledging, honoring, and supporting diversity, inclusion, and equity for older adults in our community, and the need to remove barriers for success based on ageism. So we, the City Council of Boulder, Colorado, declare May 2021 as Older Americans Month. And we urge the community to take time this month to recognize the strengths of older adults in our community as essential and valuable members, as well as acknowledging the individuals who support and serve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have our open comments. Well, before we head there, are there any council questions or comments based on this declaration tonight? No? Okay, great. We have our open comments, and before we head to our speakers list, we have some housekeeping notes for our speakers. Please take it from here. I believe either Brenda or Alicia.
That would be Ryan.
I'm happy to take those. Let me pull them up here. And we should have those coming up on the screen here. Let me make sure everyone can see those. Okay. We are really grateful for everyone joining us here this evening. We are working to strike a balance between transparent engagement and online security. And we want to make sure that everyone's clear. This meeting is called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Any activities that disrupt or delay this business are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions will be during public hearing or open comment, and will be for a specific time. We want to make sure that folks are joining this Zoom with their real name, and I'll reach out to clarify if folks are not using their real name. And then video will only be permitted for City Council members or staff or applicants. Others will be participating audio only. And then the chat function is not enabled this evening. If there are any technical or process questions that community members have, please use the Q&A function. And that's all of the guidelines that we have for tonight. I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. During this current open comment, each speakers will have 3 minutes this evening because we only have 9 people speaking as opposed to over 20. So the first 3 speakers are Becky Farr, Patrick Murphy, and Len Siegel. Becky Farr.
And Becky, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me? I think I've unmuted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members and other community members who are also joining us virtually. My name is Becky Farr. I'm a longtime Boulder resident, and I've lived in Boulder since I came up to attend CU undergrad. I then worked at the Daily Camera for a few years and then went on to CU Law School. Currently, I am fortunate to work mostly with nonprofit 501c3 organizations in my law practice. I was excited to have the opportunity to join the board of directors of Harvest of Hope Pantry in 2019. In the year and a half that I've been on the board of the pantry, I've seen firsthand what a difference this organization makes in the lives of those it serves. This past year, 2020, was one of tremendous hardship and uncertainty for essentially everyone, but there's no denying that it hit some people harder than others. However, Harvest of Hope staff and volunteers were able to be there for those who needed food stability and assistance, and they found ways to keep the pantry open and serving safely throughout the pandemic, largely by moving to an outdoor model that still incorporated some choices and options for our guests. And I want to let you know it is so appreciated. The pantry's newsletter recently featured some stories from guests who use the pantry. One who shares my name, Rebecca, explained that the pantry provides the variety of food that her dietary needs require and that she feels accepted there without judgment. Another guest, Arlene, appreciates the conversation with volunteers and staff as some of her only human contact given the pandemic. The pantry has been able to accomplish all of this in space it's largely outgrown, and imagine what it can do with more. With that being said, thank you to the City Council for considering the special ordinance. It will help us get into the new building space as quickly as possible and provide a stable and low barrier access point for those in our community who are experiencing food insecurity. We are eager to continue serving our community and finding the best ways to do that and improve upon what we do, including forming partnerships with other community-based organizations in our area. This new space will be a huge step in that direction. So again, thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. It is so appreciated.
Thank you.
Sure, that's all I had because I thought I only had 2 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Sure.
Patrick Murphy. Patrick, are you here?
Yes, waiting for the PowerPoint to pop up. My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. This is my 101st open comment since 2014 regarding Boulder's slow progress rather than rapid carbon reduction. The Muni effort sucked up 10 years and over $30 million, and many of the leaders have left the city. The remaining leadership has a troubled history of not honestly considering the alternatives to the Muni. So now we are left with exactly what I tried to push since 2014. Solar incentives, wind incentives, renewable energy certificates, and energy use reduction. Slide 2. Boulder's recent self-congratulations in the Boulder Camera from April 17th touts the installation of solar for no money down, with both carbon reduction and $50,000 in savings each year. My third presentation in 2015 described this exact process in detail 6 years ago. I actually had my solar installed in 2011 under these same conditions, and that was 10 years ago. My small installation has generated over 46 megawatts. If the city had simply done what I did 10 years ago, over 40,000 megawatts would have been generated with solar. But no, the Muni stood in our way and clouded our thinking. So congratulations on figuring out the obvious and finally getting around to carbon reduction and saving money at the same time. I expect much more, much faster from here on out, especially since the current leaders are not spending more than 60% of their time on the Muni as they did in the past. I was not selected for the Citizen Advisory Panel for XL collaboration, but I'll return to let you know what I observe. Count on it. Third slide. Free LED lights to all low income would be a great first step for community engagement. Summer is coming. Can you taste the smoke?
Thank you, Patrick. Next is Lynn Siegel.
It doesn't look like Lynn is in the meeting. Let me double check one more time. She is not there.
Okay, perfect. Then we can move on to our next speakers, Robert Smoke, Evan Ravitz, and Gwen Barak. So we'll start with Robert Smoke.
Robert, you'll be able to unmute yourself now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't getting a response, I thought. In any case, my name is Rob Smoke. I live in Boulder. I've lived here since about 1986, and I just turned 65. So you're talking about older adults. So I feel old enough at the moment. And I just want to comment on my displeasure reading about the choice to increase the policing of homeless encampments in Boulder. I realize that there are people who camp outdoors who could be problematic, who in some sense could require policing as the type of help they need. But overall, the policy is inherently discriminatory because we know that people who are ticketed and maybe in poverty and go to jail for that are going to be a larger percentage people having trouble coping with life issues like their mental health, like poverty itself. And to say that policing, because it's the answer to cleaning up an area or or whatever you think it's the answer to security-wise, it does more harm than good. And right now, the city does not have legislative policy to have low to no income housing established on a large scale. There's no land trust legislation on the agenda in Colorado. And these are things that the city council should be taking up. And I think it's really harmful, inherently discriminatory against people, also people of color, who are a larger percentage of the homeless population than they would be of the general population. And we've also seen that it doesn't work. And finally, I just want to say it's very clear that policing homeless encampments close to the city will push people up into the mountains. And I have not seen the city do an assessment of the fire risks. And we have had fires in Boulder County and in other areas along the Front Range and along other cities in the Front Range due to homeless people being pushed into hiding places, so to speak, because of an increased police presence and increased police actions towards their encampments when they're close in. So I've heard no discussion of the unintended consequences of the addition of more policing to homeless encampments, excuse me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to hear if there's any response.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Evan Ravitz. Evan?
Yes. Expect more fires and more vandalism. If the city had any respect for its elders, it would never have subjected our city elections working group, Plan Boulder, Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center, etc., to 3 years of staff obstruction of our online petition system. 3 years. As the spearhead of the project, it sucked some 2,500 hours of my life. Nobody should become part of a city board, commission, or working group if you really want to change things, unless you're ready for the battle of your life. One of those elders, longtime former councilman Steve Pomerantz, begged you, council, in his camera column to work with the people, not just for the people. He's too kind. Boulder has been a laboratory for government against the people and propaganda to cover it up. For example, today is exactly 2 years since the president of national nonprofit MapLight, Dan Newman, flew to Boulder to demonstrate a prototype of the online petition software they offered Boulder for free. But the city rejected their free offer on false pretenses and instead spent $500,000 on a system so problematic that 2 of 3 campaigns are using paper petitions instead this year. The only campaign using it, Bedrooms for People, has had to create all kinds of helpful software, and it's still been too hard for hundreds to use at all. We all told you how to fix the system last year, but the city repeatedly refused. All is documented at tinyurl.com/petition story. That's tinyurl.com/petition story. MapLight just emailed me that the free offer still stands, and it will take about 6 months to implement. I hope you get going on it so that it's ready next year. In 2019, council members encouraged the ongoing sabotage of the online petitioning project by the city attorney and city manager with big pay raises. I suggest you clean up the mess now before the next council investigates it. You merely need to accept the free offer that you should have welcomed 2 entire years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. Our next speaker is Gwen Barak.
Doesn't look like Gwen is here in the meeting. And recommend we move to DeWitt Boyce.
Thank you. DeWitt? You're still muted. Welcome.
I'm mute. Okay, hello, my name is DeWitt Boyce. I work for Dale's Investments, who owns the Sussex One building on 30th Street between Arapahoe and Walnut. There is an address sign at the entrance to the driveway to the building. The sign was approved by the city in the early 1970s, around the same time it granted public utility easement to Boulder. The sign was then and has since been located on the public utility easement as approved without any problems until now. In 2017, we applied for a permit to replace the old sign with a new sign. We were turned down without review because of the utility easement. At that time, we were informed by a city staffer that the code allows us to reface the existing sign without a permit as long as there were no structural changes. Last year, we resurfaced the sign with sandstone and it looks great. The resurfaced sign conforms to all height and size code requirements. The city then issued a notice of violation alleging that the sign permit was required to maintain and update the sign. We complied and applied, but our application was denied without review because of the easement. The city code provides a remedy, a long-term lease. City planners have refused this option, even though we have offered to pay any removal expenses if necessary. The notice of violation is being litigated in municipal court, and if the permit is denied, an appeal to the Boulder District Court is next. We have offered a practical solution. Allow for the update of the same sign for the same building with the same easement that has worked for nearly 50 years through a lease. We implore the city council to intercede with the city planners and approve our very reasonable proposal prior to the May court date. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Our next speaker is David Dodone. David?
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. I am David Dodone, Executive Director and Chief Curator of the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art. I want to thank City Council for your support of BIMOCA and the arts. BIMOCA is proud to have served Boulder citizens and visitors for 49 years. We strive to present accessible exhibitions and inclusive programs that inspires creativity and foster community through art. For the next year, and we can pass the slide, please. For the next year, we are exhibiting an outdoor sculpture in front of BIMOCA titled El Movimiento Sigue, translated as The Movement Continues. This is the second community-generated sculpture facilitated by Los Seis de Boulder Sculpture Project and artist Jasmine Bates to commemorate Los Seis de Boulder, the 6 activists who died in car bombings in Boulder in May 1974. El Movimiento Sigue recognizes the silent tragedy of the deaths of Los Seis. The work celebrates their lives, contributions, and solidarity as activists. BIMOCA is collaborating with community members and groups to create free public programs that honor Los Seis and sparks conversation about the current state of equal opportunity for all people in our community. I hope you will visit BIMOCA to experience El Movimiento Sigue. Our community is still in the process of healing from the tragedy of Los Seis, and we are now also healing from the King Super shootings. Art has the power to uplift and strengthen our community, and we hope this exhibition and the supporting programs will bring people together for healing and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Riley Mancuso.
We'll go ahead and unmute Riley and note that Lynn Siegel has joined the meeting.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. I just want to what can I say? You're despicable. Everybody saw last week how, without a trace of irony, you voted to, on top of an existing deficit of more than $6 million, you voted to spend 2.7 million on additional policing, including 1.5 million for armed cops and the rest for pseudo cops in the form of rangers and semi-private ambassadors. And then after, without batting an eye, allotting this 2.7 million for increased militarized presence downtown, you all mused about, oh, how nice it would be. You know, it's really what we need to do is have services for, poor and unhoused people. But we have no money. How would we pay for that? How would we ever pay for that? Gee, I wonder. It's just, are you that stupid that you don't see the contradiction? That seems hard to believe. So one can only assume that you are being willfully deceptive and cruel. Of you, I think that council members Friend and Brockett, as usual, did a very insufficient job at pushing back against the bullshit of the rest of you. Councilmember Swetlick actually did a pretty good job of asking some really important questions, like what is the expected percent decrease in camping that these interventions will result in? To which Chief Harold and Kurt Fernhaber had no answer. They don't know. But they say, give us 2.7 million and we'll tell you if it works. And then Councilmember Swetlick asked, well, what if it doesn't work? Are you just going to ask for more money for more officers? Again, a long silence. It's just like everybody can friggin' see you. Like you should be ashamed of yourselves. We know that sustained financial investment in services and housing is the way to end homelessness and all of its associated consequences. And instead, you have chosen to make a sustained financial investment in militarized police, which will rectify nothing by the police's own admission. Shame, shame, shame.
Thank you, Riley. Our next speaker is Lynn Siegel. Lynn?
Yeah, I've got to have the unmute first. Yeah, Riley, I couldn't agree with you more. You're so clued. You should run for council. Yeah, I had some questions about this. One was meth. It seems like there's a cycle of more and more people getting into meth as there's more and more distress. And yet meth's the most expensive housing there is. Now, I was at the meeting at Highland City Club last night where Bob Yates was speaking, and I'm just rather stunned. For one, it started, this huge ambulance sound came by, and no one even flinched. For 10 minutes, I finally figured out there was a protest there. And no one even said, well, we've got some people protesting and we'll close this door so that you can hear or what have you. It was stunning, the ignorance of it, just not even a flinch as he's speaking about homelessness. I guess they were protesting about homelessness. But, and he was talking about training people in the culinary arts and landscaping. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean that besides being the center of the University of Colorado, we've now become a training center for people to vocational jobs? But those people cannot afford to live here on landscaping wages or culinary arts wages, right? So does that mean we're just supposed to be training people? And I agree with Riley, we're spending this I thought it was 2.4 million over 18 months. So that the police don't feel afraid when they go to an encampment and there's not enough people and the police won't run away, which is understandable. But the facts are, if you have more police And it's just like the jobs housing imbalance. You're building more and more jobs and more housing is needed for the jobs. And then it's this cycle because those encampments just move down the way. And then you need even more police, you know, because more people are coming. Now, maybe they get discouraged and they leave town and then other ones come into town. But meantime, they're just moving from place to place and we're spending $2.4 million transferring people from one part of town to another, making them migrants. So let me see. I was also confused a little bit. I think there needs to be more of a dialogue. I've heard these talks over and over again, and I don't want to hear Bob Yates again and again. I want more dialogue to figure out what's exactly going on. Like with the permanently supportive housing, I think those are disabled people, but that's $52 a night. And camping is $59 a night. And the hotel is $60 a night. And it's like, this is not cheap stuff. And yet when we're digging a hole more for housing expense being higher and higher, property tax going up and up, rents going up and up, people becoming unhoused as a result of the whole cycle, and the jobs housing balance is not being addressed. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much. There's no more speakers for tonight. So this concludes our open comment section for this evening. But does council have a question? Yes, Aaron?
I do want to see if there are any staff feedback before I ask my question.
Okay.
Nothing for me tonight.
I have two things. Mr. Ravitz comes every week, it seems, and says the same things that are not true. MapLight did not offer us a free system. Their price was almost exactly the same as the one that we chose. When they responded to the RFP, they came back later and said they'd reduced their price, and that's not the way RFPs work. The system is working fairly well as of this moment. Bedrooms for People has gathered 3,106 signatures out of a required 3,336 signatures that we expect it will qualify for the ballot this week. The system has withstood 6,500 bot attacks over the time that we've been able to identify and stop because of the two-factor identification. So the system is working very well. Mr. Boyce raised the question of the sign at the property on Arapahoe. Staff did deny the permit for the sign. It is over a city utility easement. The sign would prevent access to city pipes. There are also easements for Comcast and Xcel Energy in the same area. They don't have permission to build over for them either. Their reconstruction of the sign was in staff's view, a complete reconstruction. Staff is defending a case that they've brought in the Boulder Municipal Court, and we will respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Aaron, is it?
Yeah, thanks, Ginny. Well, Tom, thanks for that explanation on the sign. It seems like that business might need some way in order to have a functional sign. And so I'm not, it sounds like it's in litigation, so I don't want to go too far there, but I always hope that the city can find paths forward when people get stuck and when they're just trying to do something simple.
I think the answer is a sign off that's not in the utility easement over a city water pipe.
So like a falling apart sign, you have no ability to do some minor rehabilitation or something to make
they
it function?
do have the ability to do a minor rehabilitation. That's not what they did. They built a new sign.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we hear a lot from businesses in our community about how difficult the city processes can be to work with sometimes, and I don't know. It seems like there might have been another path forward here, but I don't know all the details.
Understood. I don't know all the details either. I do know that we're defending in the municipal court.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Adam.
Thanks, Judy. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Smoke, who asked that, we just say something to acknowledge we heard him. We did hear you. We're having another conversation about our unhoused community next week. And I'm sure it's going to be another robust conversation. So please tune in and offer feedback before then, if you could. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I would also, before I pass on to Mark to acknowledge that our council member Bob Yates is here. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks,
And
Judy.
also, our mayor is here actually, and I think I should hand it over before Mark starts speaking.
Go ahead, Junie. I'll let you finish this section out. Go ahead and call.
Thank you. Mark, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I want to second Aaron's comments, particularly in light of the feedback that we often get, as he noted, that our regulatory processes are enormously complex. Without going into the detail, because it is in litigation, from the little I know, from the comments I've read, this is the sort of situation that simply screams for some kind of negotiated compromise, and I hope that we can get there. Being forced to defend this and being forced to bring a suit of this kind just strikes me as so terribly unproductive, and I hope we can find some kind of middle ground and you know, avoid this process, because I don't think it's productive for anyone. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any other council questions or comments? Nope, none. Well, thank you for all the speakers and for all the council comments and staff comments as well. And I just want to once again welcome our Mayor Weaver, who will be taking over for the rest of the meeting tonight.
Great. Thank you all. And thank you, Junie, so much for running the meeting in my absence. Alicia, I think we're ready to go on to the next item.
All right, sir, and hello and good evening, everyone, again. We have next on our agenda the consent agenda, which includes items A through L.
Very good. And I will just call to people's attention that on the consent agenda, items D and E, we agreed at CAC we would address after we address call-ups. So are there any questions on the consent agenda, or is there a motion to move the consent agenda except for items D and E? Aaron.
I'll go ahead and move the consent agenda other than items D and E, and I have a comment as well.
Second. Great. Aaron, what's your comment?
Yeah, well, just, item J on this is the second reading of a special ordinance to allow Harvest of Hope Food Pantry to move into a new location, but defer some of the normally required site change. I just wanted to thank city staff for working collaboratively for Harvest of Hope to find a way to get this result for them so that they can move forward without having to do a lot of expensive renovations in the short term. So I appreciate that flexibility. I'd love to see us continue to do that with other kind of notable nonprofits when they need a little bit of assistance, because I think City Council is happy to help out in circumstances like that. And congratulations to Harvest of Hope for your new location. I look forward to seeing you serve our deal with the food scarcity needs of members of our community. So thanks to everybody.
All right, thank you, Aaron. And Alicia, I believe this is a roll call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. So we will go now with Councilmember Yates.
Aye.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend is absent. Joseph.
Present. Oh, well, yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
And Weaver.
Aye.
The consent agenda, with the exception of D and E, sir, was passed unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda, we have our call-up check-in item, which is item 4A. Call-up item for site review and use review applications related to the phased redevelopment of the Shining Mountain Waldorf School located at 999 Violet Avenue, 1100 Violet Avenue, 1101 Union Avenue, 1179 Union Avenue, 0 Locust Avenue, 934 Locust Avenue, and 4395 Broadway.
And for this item, we have several staff from Planning and Development Services here to give a brief presentation if council would like it.
Please.
Very good. Ryan, if you could go ahead and start the presentation, and I'm going to request to share. So for this evening, let's see, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind giving me control. And if not, we'll just roll through it. So next slide, please. So in terms of the applications that you have in front of you, they're all related to redevelopment of the Shining Mountain Waldorf School. And as this slide illustrates, it's been in process and in planning for quite a few years, starting with concept plan review in 2018, and then applications were submitted in 2019 and 2020. Planning board reviewed it as a concept plan, as did City Council a couple of times. There were 4 resubmittals and corrections reviewed by Staff Development Review Committee, and then Planning Board just took a look at this back in April of 2021, last month. Next slide, please. So most everyone is probably familiar with the location, which is essentially at Broadway and Violet, between Broadway and Foothills Community Park. But I think this slide is important to just take a look at the surrounding context because it's quite eclectic and varied, everything from single family residential on the east and south, the Foothills Park, of course, which leads into open space mountain parks trails. And then Ponderosa Mobile Home Park, as we know, was annexed recently and it's planned to be redeveloped over time, is to the north, as is some service industrial uses. And then, of course, Uptown Broadway and a number of mixed use and multifamily residential is to the northeast, including the upcoming North Boulder Library. Next slide, please. And again, while most folks might be familiar, the existing site's been developed as a school campus for Shining Mountain Boulder for about 35 years. Various school facilities are on the site today, and then you can see northeast corner of the site, roughly where Broadway and Violet intersect, is a vacant home, and just to the west of that is a vacant lot. Next slide, please. So then on the existing site, the applicant is planning to redevelop over time and under consideration in items 4A for your call-up consideration. It's the school build out. It'll include a new high school site, as well as an addition to the festival hall. Parking and drop-off areas are planned to be reconfigured with landscape and streetscape. A new lower and middle school is planned on that main campus, as is a new kindergarten. And then on the east and south sides of the site are residential uses. 20 single family lots are proposed, along with 17 townhomes. There's site planning as well as locus neighborhood design guidelines. Next slide, please. And then this is intended to be phased over time, 3 phases. The high school will start first, the number of public improvements associated with it. Phase 2 will be the residential, along with the performing arts addition to the festival hall. And then the 3rd phase is the main campus improvements. Next slide, please. So items 3D and 3E are related. 3D is a process to vacate and convey existing, or rather formerly vacated 9th Street. It was completed in the 1990s, and the actual disposal of the property was never completed. So council's requested to vacate the property, or rather dispose of the vacated property. This was something that was agreed on in the 1990s, and it was in deference to the dedication of Cherry Avenue and 10th Street rights of way, which were at the time intended to fulfill the North Boulder subcommittee plan connections plan. And Parks and Rec Board took a look at this both in the 90s and then recently. There weren't any questions or comments, and then Planning Board recommended approval. Next slide, please. So then the item 3E also related was something that was discovered in the site review process. The area that you see circled is 4395 Broadway. It's a part of the proposal that's intended for townhomes. This site was annexed as part of Crestview West series annexations in the 1990s. And at the time it included a provision for a limit on 2 stories above a basement. And of course, with the proposal of townhomes, which are a much more condensed form of building, it provides much more usable living space to have 3 levels rather than 2 very tall levels, and that 35 feet. 35 feet is the by right height, and there was no provision to limit that in the annexation. Staff and the Planning Board both found it to be consistent with North Boulder Sub-Community Plan. Next slide, please. So with that, Planning Board unanimously recommended approval, or rather they approved the site and use review applications. They recommended that City Council approve the disposal of the property, and they also recommended that the annexation agreement is amended. And next slide, please. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. One other note, it's important to note, public notification was given. We did have 6 public comments that were received. 8 members of the public spoke at Planning Board, and 6 of those folks indicated support. There were a couple of folks who were expressed concern. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Council, any questions on this item? Mark?
Just a couple. I know it's tangential to what we're doing this evening. Is this a joint venture between a private developer and the Waldorf School? Who is actually going to build the townhomes and the single-family homes? Or are they simply selling off the lots?
They plan to sell that. And so what we did in the site review process is request that they create design guidelines which would lend some predictability and a sense of quality that we could review upon any future townhomes and single-family residential. So it's not intended to be a joint venture.
And so ultimately, the homes and the townhomes and the single-family homes that are built there will also be subject to our inclusionary zoning requirements. Am I not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that'll cover it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Bob?
I apologize for having to miss open comment. I had something else that ran until right when it ended, but I wanted to ask a question to my council colleagues. Was there anyone at open comment who urged us to call this up? Seeing some shaking heads. Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll turn to council. Does anyone want to call this up? Great. Seeing none, I'll say, Aaron, go ahead.
Oh, well, I just want to make a quick comment. Just that,
go for it. Yep.
It is that I first walked the property with the school owners some 4 or 5 years ago, and when they were developing these plans, and it's been a pretty long road, but I think the proposal has gotten better and for the school and for the community at each step. So while on the one hand, I'd love to maybe see a little more housing on a transit corridor in a walkable area, this does what the zoning calls for. So appreciate all the hard work, and good luck to Shining Mountain in the next chapter of their journey.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai.
I just wanted to wish Shining Mountain Waldorf good luck in the project. Being an alumni myself and having attended school there for 10 years, I'm just excited to see how the community is going to grow around there, especially with such a wonderful development. And I'm excited for the children and all the future children who are going to be attending the school. It was a really special experience for me, and I hope it continues to be for the generations to come.
Thank you, Mirabai. And I'm going to pile on and say, I think this is a great project. I think it's good for the school, and I think it does provide housing, maybe not at the density everyone would like, but certainly there are couple different typologies here, which I think is great. And so with that, it doesn't look like there's any appetite to call it up. So best of luck to the school and the developers. With that, I think we want to return to the consent agenda and see, I've got two things, but first the one related to this, if we could get someone to move items D and E of the consent agenda, that'd be great.
So moved.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Is this part roll call as well, Alicia?
No.
Okay, great. Could I see a show of hands of anybody who does not want to pass items D and E on the consent agenda? Great. Seeing none, items D and E on the consent agenda pass unanimously. I will return to an item that I missed. Apologies. Item K on the consent agenda was something we were going to have a short presentation on. We adopted a resolution tonight, Resolution 1287, which supports the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative pledge to coordinate regionally on homelessness. And with that, I would turn to staff to give us a short briefing on that MDHI pledge.
I'll turn it over to Kurt and Vicky from Housing and Human Services.
Good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhuber, Director of Housing and Human Services. This will be a short presentation, and thank you, Sam, for slipping us in. If you recall at your retreat at the beginning of the year, one of the items that you spoke about was wanting to be more involved in the regional work around homelessness. Realizing that homelessness is both a regional and national issue, and it's important for us to have a larger than local involvement. And so there was a conference about a month ago held by Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, and 3 council members were present at that. Council member Friend, Weaver, and Young. And after that conference, they asked that we as a council and really as a city commit ourselves to this regional work. So with that, I would like to introduce 2 people who will go through this brief presentation to give you a little background on it. The first is Dr. Jamie Reif. He's the Director of Communications and Development for MDHI. And then that will be followed by Vicki Ebner, who, as you know, supports our programs for individuals experiencing homelessness. And with that, I will pass it on to Dr. Reif.
Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening with all of you. If you go to the next slide, please. I want to start today by introducing MDHI and talking a little bit about what we do. So really our mission is around leading and advancing collaboration to end homelessness in our region. We are what's called the continuum of care for our region. It's a 7-county Metro Denver region, which you can see on the 3rd bullet point, what those regions include. And what a COC is really a system that helps coordinate housing and services for people experiencing homelessness throughout the region. So a few of the things you may have heard of that we do coordinate the annual point in time count for our region. We oversee what's called the Homeless Management Information System for the region, which we're proud to say in Colorado, we're one of the few states that has an HMIS system that goes statewide. We also oversee what's called the One Home Coordinated Entry System, and that's how we prioritize and match people to housing in our region. We oversee and coordinate the HUD funding application for continuum of care dollars that flow into the region that support housing and services, as well as share data around things like the State of Homelessness Report, which we released in October of 2020. And we also participate closely with regional partners like the HSBC. So I will say Matt Meyer, our executive director, sits on HSBC and plays a critical role in that work. And I want to just say we really appreciate the collaboration that HSBC shows with MDHI and with our region overall. Next slide, please. So this is really just kind of the structure of MDHI to help you understand how we accomplish the work. So in dark blue are what are called our councils. And these are all comprised of individuals that might be providers, housing resources, it's individuals with lived experience, as well as other key stakeholders. And then within those, you'll see in the lighter blue are actual committees that help us do all this work throughout the region. And I will say we're very blessed to have several key members of city and county staff engaged in this work around our MDHI's kind of council and committee structure and how we move all of this forward. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about Built for Zero. And really what Built for Zero is the framework that we're using that we unveiled on the March 18th meeting that Kurt was just referring to. And so I will say that HSBC and Boulder was already moving in this direction. Really what Built for Zero is doing is bringing a lot of those practices to the region that we know are evidence-based. So what is Built for Zero? It's out of a nonprofit called Community Solutions that does this work nationally. Over 80 cities and counties have joined this kind of movement to use this framework for making visible reductions in homelessness. And what it does is really works to measurably end homelessness one population at a time. And when we say ending homelessness, you'll see below we have that definition of a functional zero. And so it's not to say that no one will ever experience homelessness, because that will happen at some point. What we're trying to say is that we want to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, and that we're housing more people in any given month than the number of people that are coming into the system and experiencing homelessness in a given month. And cities throughout the country are reaching that metric. Most of them, and we're going to be talking a lot about veterans tonight. And the reason that is because as a region, we've decided to use veterans as a proof point, and that's what's really worked well across the country in reaching an end to veteran homelessness, getting to this point of functional zero. And so what we're doing and why we're using veterans as a proof point is because veterans crosses all subsets. There are veterans that are chronically homelessness. There are families that are, their heads of households are veterans. There are even youth that are experiencing homelessness that are veterans. And what that does is inform us about every subpopulation in our region and where our gaps are and where we can become more efficient and data-driven as a region. So really what this work does is we're working in collaboration with local partners, cities, and counties to kind of, again, stand up sub-regionally this Built for Zero framework, which has these proof points around veterans. And our goal is to to reduce veteran homelessness by 50% as a region this year. And that's something that we feel is absolutely achievable and we're very excited about. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Vicki to take it from here and talk a little bit about the context in Boulder.
Thank you, Dr. Reif. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Reif mentioned, the region is focusing on veteran homelessness through the Built for Zero effort. Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, or HSBC's work with veteran homelessness, is a good example of how data can assist with ending homelessness. HSBC has been working really closely with the VA, and in 2019 identified a significant gap in the data, and that was data that was unavailable concerning veterans that are experiencing homelessness in Boulder County. Research and analysis identified 93 individuals in need of housing compared to 34 that were previously known. HSBC is currently working with both of the VA regions, Boulder County crosses Metro Denver and the Cheyenne offices, to increase the number of available housing vouchers based on better data collection. Next slide, please. So the model, well, let me say, each of the blocks on this slide represent the components of the Built for Zero model. And so HSBC strategies and activities are aligned with this model across the different subpopulations of people experiencing homelessness. A shared measurable aim is a key component of the HSBC system. The collaboration between Boulder County, the city of Longmont, and the city of Boulder, along with sharing of data, has led to efficiencies and successes. The executive board and the policy implementation team of the HSBC provided a nimble command center that leads to effective evaluation and policy development. The HSBC executive board serves as council's representation when it comes to homelessness policy decision-making. Designing interventions and outreach efforts through the use of by name lists allows us to tailor responses and aids in the prioritization of resources. And Boulder has been able to develop a variety of housing and service options due to the collection and leveraging of these resources and this data. Next slide, please. So the resolution that you passed through the consent agenda tonight includes 3 key components. At a high level, the pledge includes acknowledgement that homelessness has no city or county borders, that coordination with MDHI and Built for Zero is a key to reducing homelessness in the region, and this work requires a commitment to continue the work at a local level. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you all so much for the presentation. Council, any questions? Mary?
Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it, and for bringing forward the resolution. My question has to do with the data collection and if and how it recognizes the movement of people within the region. Earlier this evening, a couple of speakers brought up the idea that people move out of the city and where do they go. And so I'm just curious to see how that kind of movement might be tracked through this effort.
So there are 2 different ways that we collect data. One is through the homeless management information system that Dr. Reif spoke about. On top of that, in the Boulder County area, we also use Boulder County Connect software system. And so the shortest answer is we can track movement through the region most easily through our coordinated entry screening. As a self-report, people tell us where they've come from, how long they've been there, and we can then cross-reference that data with the HMIS, or the Homeless Management Information System. It's not as easy as I just made that sound. There is some work that's involved to make the 2 systems talk to each other. But that is an ongoing regional thing, is to sort of understand where people have resources, where they're, for example, somebody who is new to the Boulder County area may already be on a housing priority list in another city such as Aurora or Denver. And so then it's evaluating what intervention and where is the best for that person.
Thank you, Vicki. And thank you, Jamie, for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mary. Junie?
I just have a quick question, and thank you for the presentation and all this information. Do you know if this work, this initiative will inform a greater national effort? And is there a push for some type of national support as well?
Jamie, would you like to answer that?
I'd be happy to. I will say that this is absolutely informing a lot of the work nationally at the local level, and that's actually filtering upward. And I think making a lot of people more aware of the importance of data and knowing by name who is actually experiencing homelessness in your communities and what they need. And I think one of the most powerful things in advocating for resources is data, and to know who's actually experiencing homelessness. So yes, absolutely. As we get better at this, as we can identify to the person who's experiencing homelessness what they need and what's required to meet their needs, I think there's a lot to be said there particularly for federal resources.
Yeah. No, thank you for this presentation, and I fully welcome this initiative and look forward to seeing the fruits of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. And I'll just jump in briefly with a comment that Dr. Reif, I couldn't agree more about data. It has been so helpful to us here in the city and Boulder County as well to know who we're dealing with and to know, where they contact our support services. So agree with that 100%. I have one question. One of our programs in the county is to rapidly reunite folks with their support systems. So when people first come in through coordinated entry, if they are found to have, maybe in the city or out of the city or even out of the state, a support system that could be beneficial to the client, We'll sometimes provide them with transportation there if we know that there's somebody to receive them. One of the complaints we've heard is that we don't typically track people once we've reunited them with their support. And we've been getting requests, and I would say insistence, that we track people once they've returned potentially out of the city or state. Can you talk about best practices for reuniting? Like how do other communities deal with the issue of what happens when you return somebody to a support environment?
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone has a great answer on that. I will say, so Colorado has the best answer for as one of the states. So in most other states, the data systems that they use, maybe like in California, there might be 42 different data systems where as soon as you cross the street, you have to start the entire process over. So I will say now, because Colorado has one system, we're able to at least look at that information within the state. And I will say also that part of Built for Zero and part of a best practice is having what you're referring to as, which is diversion, and having people reunited and keeping the inflow into homelessness as minimal as possible. Regarding tracking, as a country, we haven't gotten to a place where we have one data system that tracks people across state lines. That would be a dream someday if we could track, longitudinally what happens to everyone. We're not there yet. And I think that's a question that a lot of communities are wrangling with.
Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for the information. Apologies that I passed over it by accident, but your help is greatly appreciated on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, Alicia, I believe we're ready for the next item.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next, we have on our agenda our public hearing, item 5A, which is the consideration of a non-conforming use review, case number LUR 2020-00022, for the historic restoration and conversion of the former Marpa House group living quarters at 891 12th Street into 16 three-bedroom dwelling units with a maximum occupancy of 48 persons. This project site is zoned residential low 1 RL-1.
Thanks, Alicia. And to begin this item tonight, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Planning and Development Services, Jacob Lindsay.
Thank you, Chris. And good evening, Mayor Weaver and members of City Council. So the item before you tonight is a special and complex type of case, and it's the non-conforming use review of the property formerly known as the Marpa House. It's called non-conforming because this property was originally built as a fraternity house prior to the city's adoption of zoning regulations, and therefore has never conformed to the requirements of its residential low-density zoning. In going through this process, the applicant is following the City of Boulder's procedures and is allowed due process in our hearings. And prior to appearing here, of course, the case was heard by the Planning Board, who unanimously recommended approval. So in that hearing, the Planning Board heard a very robust community conversation around the use of the property and the many quality of life issues on the University Hill neighborhood, of which I'm sure you all are aware. So to inform the hearing tonight, I will turn over the presentation to Sloan Walbert to present further details.
Thanks, Jacob. I'm just gonna share the presentation. Potentially. Okay, are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so my name is Sloan Walbert. I'm a development review planner and the case manager on this application. As was described, the item before you tonight is consideration and determination on a use review application to convert an existing boarding house at 891 12th Street to 16 self-contained dwelling units and to renovate and restore the historic structure. So as Jacob mentioned, just to tee up the conversation, I do want to mention there's been a very robust dialogue that has occurred Regarding the use of the site, that's occurred for over a year. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting in September, and a large amount of public comment has been received both in opposition and support. You'll likely hear from members of the immediate neighborhood who have concerns about impacts to their quality of life, specifically student noise, trash, and just
Sloan, you're fading in and out.
This happened last time with the audio. I'm not sure.
You can mostly hear you, but sometimes.
Okay, here, I'll move closer. Let's do that. Mostly about student noise, trash, and just general disruption. To set up the context, the nearly half-acre project site is located on the northeast corner of Aurora and 12th Street. The property is less than a half-mile walk from Broadway and the CU campus. The site is located in the residential low zone district, and the immediate area has been zoned for low-density residential use since 1928. The area is characterized by residential uses in a variety of forms, some of which are non-conforming as to the existing zoning. The most significant of which is the Pi Phi sorority house located across the alley to the west, which is approximately 28,000 square feet in size and has 80 allowable residents. And single-family detached homes are located to the southeast and west. The site contains a boarding house use in an approximately 40-foot tall, 4-story building, and surface parking exists off the alley. And just to set up the legal and regulatory background, it is considered a legal non-conforming use as to the low-density residential zoning. It is non-conforming as to use because the boarding house is not currently permitted in the RL1 zone district. Density because the development exceeds the maximum number of dwelling units per acre, and that's based on the allowable occupancy. And then parking because the site does not provide the required parking based on the number of allowable occupants. So it's important to note that there is a constitutional protection for the owner of the property on which a non-conforming use exists in order to permit the continuance of the use to the extent necessary to safeguard the investment of the property owner. So the property owner is entitled to continue the use of the property as they did before, and the right attaches to the land itself. It's not personal to a specific owner or tenant. And different from many other jurisdictions, Boulder's land use code does not seek to eliminate these non-conforming uses. The code allows non-conforming uses to be changed and upgraded. And generally, the non-conforming use review criteria are focused on minimizing adverse impacts to surrounding properties, maintaining compatibility, and improving the appearance of the property. And this process provides flexibility for improving and rehabilitating non-conforming properties, which can help promote reinvestment in neglected structures. So as I described, the development proposal is considered an expansion of a non-conforming use because the proposal will add dwelling units and bedrooms. Thus, the application must be reviewed for consistency with the criteria in section 9215 of the land use code. A determination on this application is a criteria-based decision. And on February 18th, the planning board did vote 7-0 to approve the use review application with very specific conditions of approval, which I'll cover in a minute. So just a quick overview of the history of the site. The existing building was constructed in 1923 for fraternity use, which was prior to the adoption of the first zoning ordinance, which was in 1928. And as Jacob mentioned, the site's been non-conforming since zoning was first instituted.
Sloan,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you again. You're going in and out a bit.
All right, moving closer, sorry. So it has been utilized as a fraternity use until 1977, at which time the MARPA house boarding use was established by a Tibetan organization. And then last year, the structure was designated as an individual historic landmark. So it's just important to note that allowable occupancy for group residences like this are determined based on city records, which include rental license records. I'm showing some screenshots of some of what those records look like. It is the city's standard practice to rely on official city records rather than documentation from an operator or neighborhood. Many of these records are past rental license inspections starting in the 1960s. And there is an assumption that there could be some fluctuation in occupancy, but the rental license is relied upon to determine or set the maximum occupancy. And it's also important to note that group occupancies like boarding houses, sororities, fraternities, etc., are regulated by the same occupancy rule in the code. So it's not uncommon for the city to receive requests for the conversion of group occupancies to something like attached units based on that allowable occupancy. So here's some other screenshots of what those records look like. And we've been very consistent since the 1960s in limiting the occupancy to 50 residents as recently as 2010. So based on the history of use on the site, the property owner does have the rights to operate as a boarding house with a max of 50 occupants. And they essentially have 4 choices on how they can utilize the site. They could convert to a conforming use based on the existing zoning code. Permitted conforming uses in RL1 are very limited, as you can imagine. So this would be pretty difficult to achieve since the existing building is landmarked and they cannot demo. They could continue the prior use as I just described with the same operational characteristics. They could request an administrative substitution of use to allow a use that falls in a different category on the use table, but is similar in operations. Hypothetically, they could apply to convert to a fraternity use or something along that lines. And that would not trigger a discretionary non-conforming use review. And the last option would be to change or upgrade the property, which would be an expansion of a non-conforming use. That is the proposal before you tonight. And as I described, it must be reviewed under the use review process. So to get into the proposal, the applicant is requesting approval to reconfigure and reconstruct the interior layout of the building to create 16 dwelling units. This would reduce the allowable occupancy of the development to 48 persons, which is 3 per unit. And as I described, this allowable dwelling units is based on the occupancy. The occupancy rule is that 3 occupants constitute 1 dwelling unit, which constitutes 16 dwelling units allowed. And the applicant has submitted a good neighbor statement of operations, which would be included in any approval documentation and would be enforceable by the city if necessary. As I mentioned, the site was landmarked last year, and the proposal includes the rehabilitation of the historic building. And they would also be doing some life safety upgrades made to the structure. They're also proposing several site and building improvements to meet the review criteria, including establishing 9 formal vehicular parking spaces off the alley. And these areas would be improved to meet current code requirements. They'd also provide excess short and long-term bike parking and remove large gathering spaces like interior rooms and exterior decks and patios. And the intent of that is to mitigate noise impacts to surrounding properties and just generally discourage disruptive behaviors. They're also proposing to update the landscape. So just a little background on the planning board hearing. On January 21st, the planning board held a quasi-judicial hearing to review the proposal. And after extensive public comment and deliberation, the board voted to continue the planning board's discussion. And they decided to direct staff to draft conditions to address very specific concerns and to continue the meeting to discuss such conditions. Staff did prepare conditions of approval to address those comments. And on February 18th, the board considered the conditions and deliberated. They did make some modifications to staff's recommendations and ultimately approved the application. So the planning board disposition includes 24 conditions and subconditions, which were intended to ensure that the use does not have adverse impacts on the neighboring properties and that the site is well managed. They were also written to support future enforcement and straightforward interpretation by enforcement staff. Some of the notable conditions are that parking is restricted for the use to 12 vehicles to be parked in the public right-of-way. They also must provide each tenant who has a driver's license with an EGO car share membership or a similar membership. Each tenant must disclose their motor vehicle license plate, make, model, and type. There's also quiet hours defined for the use. And each tenant is required to sign a good neighbor agreement attesting that they understand that they live in a quiet neighborhood and agree to not disturb the quiet enjoyment of the surrounding neighbors. On-site management is required, which would enforce any requirements of the approval. And lastly, the applicant's required to submit a marketing plan that is directed toward a more diverse population rather than just students. So the key issue for tonight is whether the proposal meets the criteria for an expansion of a non-conforming use. There's a very detailed analysis in the memo, but just to summarize, staff finds that the proposed operating characteristics are appropriate and adequately address concerns regarding noise, parking, traffic, and other nuisances. The vehicular parking requirement would not increase with this proposal. The applicant has submitted an analysis by a professional traffic engineer that finds that the surrounding streets have the capacity to accommodate the expected parking generated. They've also submitted a traffic assessment that concludes that the development of attached dwelling units would have an overall reduction in trip generation and that the conversion would not change the predominant character of the surrounding area. It's trying to advance. Give me a minute. Oh, uh-oh. Right, I'm not sure if it will let you. Oh. Okay. Let's try that again. Sorry about this.
Nothing quite like technology messing with you right at the critical moment, right?
It seems inevitable. Oh.
If we would like to take a moment, Sloan, if you want to keep working on that. Tom, I was going to turn to you and see if you could just give us a little bit of a guideline on what we're doing with quasi-judicial tonight while Sloan gets the presentation up.
Yes, thanks, Sam. This is a quasi-judicial hearing conducted under the council's quasi-judicial procedures. One of the things I'll ask you when I conclude my remarks is for you to disclose any ex parte contact you've had with this. The quasi-judicial rules and quasi-judicial process generally requires that you make your decision based on matters in the record. So you can have ex parte information, you just need to put that in the record to give the applicant a full and fair opportunity to rebut, contest, or respond to anything that you've learned. Please try to be thorough in disclosing your ex parte contacts. We used to swear people in. Council eliminated that from its rules. After Sloan finishes, the applicant will be given an opportunity to make a brief presentation, and then you will hear public comment. At the end of that, you will have your deliberations. You have up to 30 days after the end of the hearing to make your decision. There's only 8 of you. If you cannot reach a decision, the rules of the Boulder Revised Code are not clear on what happens if you have a 4-4 tie. I recommend not having a 4-4 tie. It's something in the code we need to fix at some point. If you reach a 4-4 tie, my recommendation would be to adjourn or to just finish the hearing and have a later later deliberations when you have a full council. The rules provide for no pooling of evidence of speakers at CAC. I raised this. CAC said that we should have pooling. There are many people who've signed up for pooling. I will remind you that pooling actually saves time, since it takes 3 people who have 2 minutes each to give one person 4 minutes. You actually save 2 minutes. So people are being more efficient when they're pooling for you. So pooling will be allowed tonight unless some council member objects. Sam, those were my comments.
Super. And Sloan, are we ready to go now? Okay, super. If you want to kick us off and finish that, we will do ex parte communication when you are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, so hopefully it's appearing for you.
Yep.
Okay, so just to continue, in order to mitigate impacts of the use, the applicant is proposing to provide excess short and long-term bike parking, and that would reduce the need for parking on site. Furthermore, the historic landmark cannot be reasonably utilized as a single family home, considering the size of the structure and historic significance. So it can't reasonably be made to conform to the current requirements. And the proposal would promote reinvestment in the property and supports the rehabilitation of a historic landmark. Okay, so with that, staff recommends council approve case number LUR 2020-00022, adopting the staff memorandum as finding of facts and subject to the motion on the screen. And as always, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Sloan.
Bearing with me.
Yeah. With that, let's go to council questions next. Are there any questions for staff? Bob, and then Mark.
Probably a question for the legal team, Tom. We received, all of council in the first part of the record received a request from a group of neighbors for some additional conditions. And I just want to speak to or ask a question about one of those conditions, actually their first condition. And that was a condition, I'll just read the first sentence of it. The council require a mix of student and non-student occupants in the Marpa house proportionate to the relative populations in Boulder at large. I'm dimly familiar, but maybe you can educate us, Tom, on that there are some limitations under the federal law about what we can do as far as limiting who lives in a particular property. Is that correct?
Yeah, Bob, thanks. That's a good question. I appreciate your asking it. The Federal Housing Act does limit, prohibit discrimination based on familial relationship. There is no independent protection for students or for people of a particular age. You could therefore comply with this. There are some cases out there that raise equal protection challenges. Those tend not to be successful. As you know, equal protection requires that a governmental body make a decision that is rationally related to its purpose. So if you can articulate a rational reason for having such a division, you could do it. It probably would be defensible. There are a few cases that have struck down prohibitions on students on equal protection grounds, but there are none in Colorado.
Thank you, Tom. That's all I had.
Thank you, Bob. Mark?
Yeah, the comment was made that it's city practice rely on official city records rather than documentation provided by the operator or the neighborhood. Is this simply a practice, or is it a statutory requirement? Tom, I guess that would be addressed to you, if not to staff.
So I'm happy to answer that. As you know, Mark, we've, as a city, struggled with occupancy over the years, and I've been personally involved in a lot of the changes that we've made with respect to occupancy. Generally, the challenge is that people want to occupy higher than the level that we have stated. So back, I think it was in 2015, council changed the code to add some language to section 10.320 that said that the occupancy is what's stated on the rental license. This codified a practice that staff had been using for some time. Prior to staff initiating this process, we had inspectors who went out and inspected to see how many people were actually occupying a place. Then they would note that on some piece of paper, and we'd have people claiming a non-conforming occupancy years later based on some random inspection that occurred in the 1970s. So council was not happy with that and codified the requirement that occupancy is what's stated on the license. Staff, as I said, have been using that practice because it is somewhat intrusive for staff to go and inspect and see how many people are living in a place. So relying on the rental license has been a long-term practice. And I checked the rental license for this property today. It says that there are 2 dwelling units and 30 rooming units with a total allowed occupancy of 50.
Okay. My second and last question is, this area was subject to a downzoning in 1974, which created this as a non-conforming use. What was the purpose of that downzoning? Do you know that?
So I'm not quite sure you're right. I think this use existed before there was any zoning at all. And then there have been various downzonings on the hill to reduce the occupancy over time. And so that's why we have so many non-conforming uses and occupancies on the hill. But this particular property would be considered non-conforming, not because of a downzoning, but because it predates zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, another question?
I do, thank you. If no one else does, I'll jump in. I want to refer back to the same document that was sent to us today on another proposed condition. Again, I think this is probably a legal question for you, Tom. Another condition that these people proposed, and again, I'm going to read it verbatim. The council require 891 12th Street to operate as a single entity for purposes of code violations and nuisance abatement. I guess my question, Tom, is that already a condition, or is that, if it's not already a condition, is that a condition that the council could impose?
Bob, in my opinion, that condition would violate the code. The code specifically gives staff the discretion to treat a property either as a single unit or as an entire property for nuisance abatement purposes. And you can see why that would be helpful in some circumstances. Council, I do not believe can change the code through a condition and application approval. If you wanted to do that, you'd need to pass an ordinance revising the code, which is within your power. It's just not part of general application review. Also, application conditions are conditions on the applicant, not conditions on city staff. So it would be very unusual and perhaps improper to include a condition on city staff in conditions that are intended to restrict an applicant.
Okay, let me ask you, if you don't mind, a follow-up question to that. Could that be hardwired into the good neighbor agreement? I understand the code limitation there, but if the good neighbor agreement, which is really just a contract between the property owner and the city, said that for purposes of whether the good neighbor agreement is violated or not, you would count violations in each of the apartments towards a cumulative number, and if certain thresholds were met, is that something we could put in? We could stipulate with the property owner if the property owner was so inclined.
The property owner could stipulate that any single violation would be considered a violation against the entire property, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Aaron.
So I'm going to follow up in this line of questioning about proposed conditions of approval. There's another one about requiring a speed bump to be constructed at the applicant's expense along, I believe it was on 12th Street. Is that does that have enough of a nexus to increased traffic from the development that we would be allowed to impose that condition?
Well, I have 2 challenges with that. One, the conditions that already limit the number of vehicles there, so it would be hard to draw that nexus. But 2, the city is limited in the amount of exactions it can take out of a developer, and the exactions, as you note, have to be rationally related to the impacts. So I think you might have a challenge with that being an improper exaction.
Got it. Thanks for that.
And can I add, several council members have referred to emails that they received. I will note that all emails that were sent to the council email address have been placed in the record, and they are available to the public on the City Council webpage under City Council documents. I want to thank Alicia Johnson for taking care of that.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Aaron. And I have one question, Tom, and it's about interpretation of the requirements for nonconforming use. And I believe in the slide, it said something like continuance of the use to the extent necessary to safeguard the investment of the property owner. In other words, I believe we're required to approve anything to the extent necessary to safeguard the investment. In this case, do you consider the occupancy of 50 important to safeguarding the investment of the property owner?
That's a tough question, Sam, so I hesitate. I think we have a challenge in changing the city process, considering the longstanding city property of using the rental license as the basis. It's hard to say whether or not it diminishes the value of the property. I think the obvious answer is yes, since there's 14 less occupants, but I'm not sure an economist would say that, because you might be able to charge more for 36 as to 50. So I'm not sure that it meets that standard. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, I just wanted to colloquy on that question,
go ahead.
if I may.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess that question could be asked in a different way rather than the maximum occupancy, because it is 16 units. Could it be looked at in terms of its economic value through the lens of the number of units rather than the number of occupants?
I think you could do that. I mean, under the code, you're allowed 3 per unit. So 16 would get you pretty close to 50. It's 49. So I'm not sure the benefit of that without changing the code. I would add that I have no problem with anything the applicant agrees to, as you all know. So if the applicant agrees to a lower occupancy because they believe that it's worthwhile, there's less issues with that. But I'm a little troubled by going in that direction.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And with that, seeing no other questions, Tom, is this the right time for us to do ex parte, or should we wait till after the applicant?
I think ex parte would be good now, so the applicant has a chance to understand it before they make their presentation.
Super. Thank you, Tom. So let's just go around the horn here and each individual council member speak to whether you have had ex parte communication. I'm going to call on us one by one just to make it efficient. I'm just going to do it in a random order that I see names. So I'll start with you, Mark Wallach. Have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to reveal?
No, I have received emails, as we all have, generally emails directed to council, but I have not had conversations or meetings with anybody relating to this project.
Thank you, Mark. Next, I will go to Adam Swetlick. Adam, have you had any ex parte communications?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Adam. Turn to Junie Joseph. Junie?
None that I can remember.
Okay. And with that, I will go to Bob Yates.
The only ex parte communications I've had are process related, where residents wanted to know where to find the staff memo or the process for signing up for tonight's hearing.
Very good. Thank you. Mirabai?
I've had none.
Thank you. Mary?
I have had no ex parte communications.
Thank you. Aaron?
No, I've not.
Very good. And then I'm the last, and I have only had the similar one to Bob. It was about process and with one resident. So resident of the neighborhood. And that really was about process, had nothing to do with substance. So with that, I think we're ready to turn to the applicant presentation.
Good evening. Can you hear us?
We can. It's a little bit distant, so speak up or lean into the mic, please.
Yeah. If I bring that around, hopefully that'll help a bit.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, member of council, thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you tonight. We've presented it several times, so we're getting good at it at this point. But again, we appreciate the opportunity to do so this evening. Can you hit the next slide, please? I want to introduce the entire team that's here this evening. We are all available for questions, should there be any, on any technical aspect of the project. Sloan mentioned traffic and parking. I will just note that Fox Tuttle, who's represented on the call this evening and who did this study, was chosen for this project and is intimately familiar with it because they were the city's consultant on the recent Chautauqua neighborhood study and parking plan, and have the greatest wealth of data and insight into this specific neighborhood. So should there be any questions on that, we're ready to go for you. Next slide, please. For purpose of context, I want to just provide a little bit of background on the team and the operation group behind this project. This is actually our 5th project up in the University Hill neighborhood. You can see the 4 previous projects marked on the map and noted with the purple little house icon. I will note the first couple of projects that we did were with Sofer Sparn. Locally, Stephen Sparn was our architect on those. And the last couple, including this one, have been with ESA Architects of Boulder as well. Next slide, please. Our past projects, I'm going to pause just for a second, if I may. Is there a way to move that? Sorry. Your images were covering up our talking points, so thanks. Sorry about that. Our past projects on the Hill, we've invested more than $13 million. Every single one of the projects that we have undertaken was similar to this in that they took a rundown neighborhood nuisance type project, and we undertook proactively historic restorations of the properties. We decreased the intensity of use and the intensity of tenants, as we're proposing here. We use local teams and we manage them with a local professional management company that we also own and operate. Next slide, please.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but could the speaker identify themselves? We've seen your team list, but who's speaking at the moment?
I'm sorry. This is Robert O'Day speaking.
Thank you, Robert. Please continue.
Thank you. So our experience on the Hill and our past experience with very similar projects to this has led us to a design process that's extremely deliberate. We have gone through each of our past projects and this one to specifically design out all party areas, large congregation areas, and to build units that are intentionally compact and devoid of areas that are prone to partying. We've taken those common areas and removed them out. All of these projects, including the one before you this evening, are long-term hold projects. These are not buy them, fix them up, flip them, or maximize the rent and sell them. These are owned for generations and are managed as such. Therefore, we spare no expense in the materials, the design, the construction, the building systems, and certainly the maintenance as well. As I mentioned earlier, we have a full-time professional management team. They live on the Hill, and we do routine monthly safety inspections of every single unit in the entire portfolio. We have one of the most strict leases in the city, and we have a very strict policy for any lease violations of our tenants. We also have a very comprehensive good neighborhood agreement that we'll speak to in a little bit more detail briefly. And lastly, I think it's really important to understand, again, in terms of experience of this team, across our different properties, we have approximately 2,000 tenant years worth of experience. That's years of managing individual tenants across all of our properties. This is a very seasoned team here on the Hill. Next slide, please. Overall, the investments and work of this team really are aimed to be a win-win for the community. As I mentioned, our investment plan and the operation, sorry, can you go back one? Yeah, our investment team and the operations team are local. We do have a long-term, very long-term strategy here. So it's important for us that all of our work on the Hill and across the city really have a long-term win-win dynamic for the community. Further, all of our work is guided by and compatible with the BVC plan, or BVCP. Next slide, please. To add a little bit more history to the couple of images that Sloan shared, the image in the top right here is how the building was originally constructed. You can see down below as the landscaping in the 30s became a little more mature, gives a glimpse of what the building looked like before the building that is the southeast component of it, which you could see in the top left, the kind of box-shaped bunkhouse, that was added in the 50s. And then bottom left, the 1990s is approximately how the building looks today. Next slide, please. Contextually, again, Sloan mentioned our proximity to campus. We are a third of a mile walk to campus, a quarter of a mile from the Hill Commercial District, and slightly less than a mile to downtown Boulder. And we're also extremely close to Chautauqua Park. Next slide, please. This provides a little bit different context. Every shaded box on this map represents an existing rental license for the city, or a rental license in the case of the hashed properties where some paperwork has expired and it hasn't yet been renewed. But it gives you a sense of the types of uses in rental housing that surround this property and have historically. Next slide, please. As you zoom in closer still, you can get a sense on our block specifically. There are 3 short-term rental licenses that are in effect, and we've heard from a couple of those neighbors that they are leased out in Airbnb type leases on short-term basis and at a high frequency. And as Sloan noted, we are directly across the aisle or alleyway and proximate to the university's largest sorority. We're also just south of the historic CU President's House, the Norland House, which is also a landmark. And again, as was mentioned by staff, the use of this property is historic, and the building itself predated all city zoning code and most of the nearby residences. Next slide, please. As has been covered already, we won't spend a ton of time on this to be respectful of schedule this evening, but there is 100 years of consistent use of this property as for rent housing for people associated with the University of Colorado and Naropa University and the teachings of Shambhala International. In fact, on the record, previously in this project and under landmark purview, it was noted by John Cobb, who was the chairman of Shambhala, who coordinated the sale of this property for the organization, that during their ownership, the house did serve primarily as a housing development, and the residents were students of Shambhala teaching. So again, we have a track record on this property, on this site, of 100 years, a century of use as for rent housing. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense of the condition that we received the property in back in 2019. There has been a number of questions that we've fielded over the last 2 years as we've been working on getting approval to reconfigure the inside about precisely what the building is like. And I think there's a lot of mystique from the outside about the building. And we just wanted to share some context for what the property is as it sits today. Next slide, please. The property and the challenges we've had as a team as we've been looking at it is it's essentially seen a very long life as a high intensity group home, first as a fraternity, and then latest for the last 40 years as a group home setting. During that period, actually from the beginning of time on this property, it has been a poster child for deferred maintenance and just kind of haphazard, short-sighted improvements to all aspects of the building and building systems. And most importantly, as it relates to the decision before you this evening, the property is still configured today as it was designed a century ago to be a fraternity. There are, as Sloan mentioned, several very large interior social spaces, big party rooms, and a series of decks and outdoor patio spaces that we aspire to remove in reconfiguring the interior to make it more compatible with the surrounding uses. Next slide, please. So our plan is to de-intensify the use. We are going and proposing, as Tom Carr suggested, to reduce our rental license, not just from the historic high, but from the current of 50. We are proposing to reduce it down to 48. We aspire to convert a highly problematic group home to a much more conventional multifamily use that's reflective of the market today and of the need for housing at the university. Our plan supports the comp plan goals of creating walkable neighborhoods, preservation of buildings that are important to the community and that have historical value, the reuse of existing structures, and also very much so greenhouse gas reduction, both through preserving an existing building, but also putting housing in close proximity to the university and a walking environment. We're also very mindful of CU's flagship 2030 plan, which anticipates and is driving towards an increase in number of graduate students, new professors, and students across the university. Right now, as you are intimately familiar, there's a significant housing imbalance on the Hill, and we believe that there is a need for very high quality, very well managed housing that addresses the grad student market and those students who don't want to live in a party house or in a flop house type environment that there are too many of today. To that end, we aspire to attract the best possible tenants. We are very excited and have a very aggressive plan to restore this building back to its original 1920s condition. We worked very closely with the city's preservation team and the Landmarks Board. And lastly, and we'll speak to this again, our goal is to educate our residents, help the people who live in our property understand their role in the community and the dynamic that exists between their tenancy and the neighbors who call this home. And where there are conflicts or where there are issues, we fully intend to be accountable for those, and we take that very seriously. Next slide, please. So in the last 2 years, we have participated in the landmark process for this building. Many of you are familiar through your approval of the landmarking application that was unanimously approved. This landmarking effort was initiated on this project in a very unconventional manner. The owner of the property and the purchaser, who was under contract at the time, us, nobody was told that this was being nominated for a landmarking process. So we took a very tough situation that was put up upon the project in the middle of transaction to purchase it on a hurry-up basis to help out Shambhala. And we turned that around and worked very closely with the Landmark Board and with the city's preservation staff, who we have a tremendous amount of respect and support for. And we have developed a plan that received a unanimous vote from the Landmark Board for our alteration certificate. So we have a valid alteration certificate that has looked at every single change that we're proposing to the building, and it's been unanimously supported. As Sloan mentioned, we have earned staff support for this project. It meets the requirements of the city code, and we have worked extremely closely with Sloan and her team over the last 2 years to get to that point. And again, to reiterate, as you all know, we did, after 10.5 hours of public process before the planning board, receive a unanimous 7-0 approval for the project. Next slide, please. We are true partners in this, and we take that commitment very seriously, and we take that positioning very seriously. When we first purchased the project, as I mentioned, Shambhala was in need to close the project much more quickly than we originally had in our contract. We accommodated their needs and we closed the project quickly. And in so doing, we gave the existing residents of the building at that time 90 days of free rent. As I mentioned, we shared the landmark, or we participated in the landmarking process that was unconventionally put upon us, and turned that into a great win, both for the building, for the community, and for the project as a whole. Excuse me. We've also hosted numerous neighborhood meetings, countless one-on-one tours of the property, more conference calls with neighbors and folks than you could imagine. We have drafted the city's most comprehensive, strict, and enforceable good neighborhood agreement. We worked very closely during the planning board review process with the city attorney's office to structure 24 separate conditions on this project. I think that may make it the most conditioned project of its type in the city. And then we have also, minimized the rental of the building for the 2 years that we have been in this process to gain approval to make the interior reconfiguration that we believe makes it appropriate. And I just want to point out on that last point, in addition to not taking advantage of the situation where we could have rented it out in its current condition, which we did not believe would be beneficial for the neighborhood, rather than simply let the building sit idle, we have worked closely with Boulder Police Department and accommodated a series of SWAT team trainings this past winter and well before the tragic events that struck the community. But we have a very close working relationship with them. In fact, tomorrow we're hosting the Boulder County Sheriff's Department for canine training and certification in the building while it's vacant at the moment. Next slide, please. So to highlight, I won't spend a ton of time on this since Sloan already covered it, but I do just want to note against the historic use and the grandfathered use of this building, our parking reduction that Tom mentioned, we have agreed to a reduction from the 150 on-street parking stalls or uses that are permitted today down to 12. And we have increased our off-street parking from 6 to 9. We have also undertaken an extensive indoor conditioned and highly secure, well-lit bike parking garage, where we're increasing the on-site bike parking from 10 to 60. And we are also under our lease agreement and our good neighbor agreement requiring all residents to provide their vehicle information, to sign a parking contract, and we will share that information with the city manager's office to support enforcement of the parking reduction that we've agreed to. On the resident side, this was an issue that was discussed at length with planning board. We have agreed to an absolute maximum occupancy of 48 individuals. We have on-site management who will be there to take care of any issues. We also, as I mentioned, have full-time professional management staff that are available 24/7, and they all live within 1 mile of the facility. We also have a full-time management office that is located on the Hill, where we have full-time professional staff that are available should there be any issues requiring immediate attention. Our quiet hours are from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. And on weekends, it's from 8 a.m. until 11 p.m. This is, again, more restrictive than any of our neighboring or peer properties on the Hill, but we believe that that's appropriate and we've agreed to it, and we think that it's entirely consistent with the type of resident that we would like to see in this property. Similarly, the marketing plan, we agreed with the planning board to present our marketing plan to the city manager for approval prior to building permits being issued for this property. Again, I am not sure of another project in the city where this has ever been considered or conditioned, but we're happy to do it because our intended use to both increase the diversity of residents who are living there, the accessibility and inclusivity of the property for renters, and to attract the most mature residents. That's our intent. And we believe that sharing our marketing intention and plan for that with the city manager for approval is perfectly consistent with where we want to go. And if it's the right thing to do on this one. We've similarly responded or changed our response time to complaints that are raised by the city from 5 days, which is the standard for all other properties in the city, down to 2. And again, we've bolstered our Good Neighborhood Agreement significantly. Next slide, please. On the Good Neighborhood Agreement, when we were working through this process with city staff, we asked staff to provide us with the city's prior best example, the most comprehensive, most strict, most robust Good Neighbor Agreement that existed, and we built from there. So everything that has existed in the city's prior most restrictive, that was our starting point. We've also introduced a very innovative program where we intend to educate our student residents about their role in the community and their dynamic coming into what a lot of people have as their home and their long-term residential community and neighborhood. The people who are living here or who may be attending the university, working at the university, new to the area, we want them to understand that this is an existing neighborhood into which they're a vibrant player and a great contributor, but they're not living in an island or in a bubble or free to do as they wish at the expense of others. Lastly, we are committed, and in every way, shape, or form, I think staff, both from the preservation team through the planning team and everybody that we've worked with will tell you, should you ask the question, this team is 100% committed to doing the right thing. We have been extremely accommodating and eager participants in a process to get to where we have and to earn the unanimous support of planning board on this after such a long and deliberate process. Next slide, please. Lastly, this project is, and again, kind of per the BBCP and to the values of the entire team, we didn't want it to go unnoted that this project is a huge environmental win for the community. It has one of the highest walk scores in the area. We've got great access to nearby transit. From a bicyclist standpoint, it's about as good as it gets in terms of proximity to riding and proximity to the university and to downtown. As I mentioned, this is a creative adaptive reuse of an existing structure. We're bringing much needed housing close to the university and where people work. The traffic study has concluded we are reducing vehicle trips on this property by nature of the type of housing we're providing and where it is proximate to the university. We are adding significant indoor bike parking that's safe, secure, and raises the bar for projects of this type. And we're doing all of this while we're replacing very outdated and dilapidated building mechanical systems. We are going to extraordinary lengths to do all of this in the construct of the landmark of the building, and to do so in a way where we're preserving, for example, the original wooden window structures and the window patterns and rhythms, and to bring back aspects of the building that were kind of haphazardly evolved out over the years. But we're bringing it back to its original conditions, original materiality, colors, and this project, when it's finished, will be something that really will be a treasure for the entire city. And in so doing, it will be completely compatible with the city's smart reg standards, which is an exceptional feat for a historic restoration of a project of this scale. Last slide, please. So lastly, we understand, we've heard, we're extremely empathetic and receptive to the range of very emotional pleas from neighbors who have shared their views on this project with us from the beginning. We have been open to it, and we get where they're coming from. I would urge you, as you're considering the project tonight that's before you, to keep perspective on the fact that this is a building that has been here in continuous operation as rental housing for people who are students and or affiliated with this university at CU or with Naropa for 100 years. For 100 years, this building has operated in complete compatibility with neighbors in terms of parking, traffic, use, residents, tenants, in every single aspect. And we understand that change is often an emotional thing, evokes an emotional response. Fortunately for the city and for you in deliberating about the approval of this process, there is code that guides these types of projects so that the considerations are based on the code and whether or not the project meets the letter and spirit of the code, and not just the emotional concerns of others who may have an objection to it. And again, I just want to let you know, if you can go to the last slide, please. We do hear the concerns. We've been incredibly responsive and receptive to them. As long-term owners and operators, it is 100% in our interest to be aligned with the neighbors, to have great tenants here, to preserve our investment and take care of this property at the highest level, given that we are going to be investing millions and millions of dollars in the historic restoration to repair 100 years of deferred maintenance on it. And we really are committed to delivering this, along with our other projects, in a manner that is compatible and contributes at a high level to the city as a whole, and certainly to the neighbors. And with that, I will turn it over to you, or turn it back to you. I would be happy to field any questions or comments from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Bob.
I actually have two questions, one for the applicant and one for the staff, if that's okay. Sure. First, for the applicant, as I asked previously of Tom Carr whether it would be permissible for the city and the applicant to agree in the Good Neighbor Agreement to operate this building as a single entity for purposes of code violations and nuisance abatement. Is that, if it's not already in the Good Neighbor Agreement, is that something that the applicant would be willing to consider including in the Good Neighbor Agreement?
That is not something that we are, frankly, very amenable to. And the reason I say that is a couple of fold. One, where there are issues that come up with a complaint, we have been extremely responsive in our other properties. We have an outstanding track record in that regard, and we are committed to being, completely on top of this. And every single aspect of the Good Neighborhood Agreement and our operating plan for the property is consistent with that. I don't feel it's appropriate to put it in a situation where it could be subject to a series of calls that might be more general or that might have other motivations than remedying a specific acute issue, and have that put the entire project in peril in a way that isn't uniformly applied to similar properties around the area.
Okay. The staff, a question, Sloan, a question that I want to make sure that I understood something from your presentation. Did you say that that without city approval, this property could be operated as a fraternity? Did I understand that correctly?
They could apply to do an administrative substitution of use. So through that process, they could demonstrate that based on the occupancy that the operational characteristics would be similar, and that would be an administrative process. It would not go through a discretionary review.
Thank you, Sloan. That's all I had.
Great, thank you, Bob. Next, I see Mark and then Adam. Mark?
Yeah, a couple of questions. First, can you talk to me about the on-site management? Is that going to be a third-party independent firm? Is it going to be an employee of your company? Or is it going to be a student getting a break on rent in exchange for services?
That's a great question, and I very much appreciate your asking it. So we have, all of our properties, including this one, are managed by our management company. These are full-time paid professional staff who are on-the-spot managers. Like I said, we have a leasing office and a management office on the Hill that includes full-time maintenance personnel for the properties. And so we do not farm out the management of this to any third parties. We take that responsibility very seriously. We do it with our own personnel. We will have an office at this site that will be staffed, and we will staff it with professional staff or appropriate resource that's responsible and receptive to any sort of issue that should come up. And I do want to mention, since you asked the question, and I think it's a very important one to discuss, there has been question about whether or not we could designate a unit for a manager or designate a student to be a manager. And in our experience, that is a not great practice for a property like this, because it erodes the authority figure role and creates an undesirable peer pressure dynamic that doesn't really meet the objective of having an on-site manager, which is to be responsive to any concerns or complaints either of residents or of neighbors. So we take that very seriously. We understand the spirit of it, and we're committed to doing it right.
Will that on-site presence be 24/7 or 9 to 5?
It is not intended to be a residential person. The hours of it have not yet been set, but as I shared, we have people that are available on call 24/7 who are residents in the immediate proximity of this area. Our furthest one right now is 4 blocks from here, who is available, as I said, 24/7, should there be any issue. And lastly on that, every single one of our buildings has on the exterior a number and a website where somebody, if they have a complaint or a concern, can call and reach that manager. So should a neighbor have a noise complaint or a trash complaint, we're available and responsive immediately.
You have agreed to respond within 2 days as opposed to 5 days to a complaint. How is that germane to a noise complaint, which will be 2 days gone by the time that somebody responds to it?
That's a great question, and I appreciate the chance to clarify that. The 2 days versus 5 days was an issue that was brought up. It was a technical issue that was brought up at the planning board, and it was not in response to a noise complaint or anything like that. It was rather in the city's process, or the city manager's process, for fielding an ongoing complaint or responding to a summons that's issued to a property. There is a standard that any landlord in the city who receives such a complaint has 5 days to respond to the city manager and to show up and be responsible for that. We agreed, in the spirit of being much more responsive, to a shorter period. Planning suggested 2 days as being their preferred period, and we agreed to that.
Well, then how will you respond to a complaint at 11 o'clock at night of excessive noise?
So that's, again, a great question. So there are 2 ways we'll respond to it. One, actually 3. First response is if somebody calls us with a noise complaint, we will immediately dispatch one of our full-time people there. As I said, we answer our phones 24/7, and there are property managers within 4 blocks of this site who will show up and deal with it. If it's a more serious issue or a complaint involving noise or anything else that requires an immediate response outside of a property manager, anybody is welcome to call the police department. When we find that there has been a noise complaint that has required police response, then the tenants who caused that are held accountable for it. And that mechanism is both in the lease, which has been reviewed by staff and was part of the approval process, as well as being responsible to the city manager in terms of any complaints against the property or against individual units.
Well, unfortunately,
our standard for response is greater and more stringent than any other property on the Hill presently.
One of our ex-colleagues, Jan Burton, has made the suggestion that in order to avoid noise complaints, we build into the good neighbor agreement that this is a 24-hour quiet property. Would you be prepared to do that?
There's the quiet hour period that we have proposed is one that we came to with the city attorney's office and that we believe is entirely consistent with the neighborhood. Now, we are aware, for example, there are not such similar constraints on Ms. Burton's house, which has a short-term Airbnb residence, a rental license, and which can be used for example, a group of people want to come in and party for a homecoming weekend. We want to make sure that there's an equitable use preserved, but I want to assure each of you, we are 100% committed to doing this right and to being responsive, as we have been with our other properties for years.
Well, with all due respect, Ms. Burton does not have a history of noise complaints or noise violations, which is not the case, unfortunately, with much of our student population. I have only one more question. And I don't mean to look into your pockets, but I have to ask. You have stated that these apartments are going to be available to and attractive to graduate students and families. So may I ask, since they're each being rented as a 3-bedroom unit, what kind of rates are you going to be charging? Are they going to permit families and graduate students to actually live there, or are they going to be out of reach for anyone other than 3 students contributing to the total rent? So if you tell me that they're renting, for $3,500 a month, there will be no families renting them. Probably no graduate students or faculty. So can you give me an indication of where the rental rates are going to be?
Absolutely. The rental rates will be, these are intended to be market rate apartments. Mm-hmm. They will be rented at the rate that's consistent in the neighborhood and with our peer properties. Given that this is a brand new, or will be a brand new construction at the highest level, we anticipate that they will bring a decent rent. In terms of what the exact numbers are, given that, kind of best case scenario, if we receive approval and are able to pull our permits, we're 2 to 3 years out from being able to sign a lease. It would be irresponsible of me to suggest a number, particularly in this COVID era where there's so much uncertainty.
Are you telling me you have never pro-formed the rental income from this property? You would be the first developers in the history of development to have ever done so.
I can tell you that all the pro formas in the world could not forecast the escalation of construction cost and materials that we've seen in the last month. That would have thrown any projections we made 2 years ago completely out the window.
Okay, I understand you're not going to answer that question, so I'm not going to take up more council time with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Adam and then Mary. Adam?
Thanks, Sam. Mark took my first question, so I'm going to ask one of staff real quick. I'm pretty sure this project wouldn't require any on-site affordable housing units or any cash and lieu fees. Is that accurate?
They would be paying cash in lieu.
Oh, they do plan on paying cash in lieu.
Yes, Adam, I'm happy to speak to that. Our cash in lieu payment on this property will be nearly $600,000.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also a little concerned about not having even a broad spectrum of possible rental rates. I'll say that much, because that very much dictates who is able to live in the property. So I'll just offer that as well. Thanks for that question, Mark.
Market rents, I mean.
Thank you, Adam. Mary.
Thank you, Sam. I have just one question, as my questions have been already mostly asked by my colleagues. So you are, as part of one of the conditions, you're developing a marketing plan. I'm wondering where and to what kinds of venues will you market the marketing plan in?
That's a great question. So one of the things that we have talked with Planning Board about specifically when this question came up was, would we set up a separate website, for example, to showcase the property? And yes, we would. One of the dynamics right now on the Hill and across any type of housing in that entire part of town is there is such an imbalance of demand to supply that students, when they have identified a nice, well-managed property, come to us, very quickly. And same with graduate students and other people who are interested in it. We anticipate that'll be the case with this property because when it is done, it will be hands down the nicest, highest quality, most attractive building and well-managed in this part of town, period and full stop. And that includes a strict management process that will distinguish it from all of the existing party type houses that are up there and that have been so problematic to this part of town. Our goal with this project is to reset a high bar for what this type of housing should be in this part of the community. We would not invest the type of money we're investing to restore a historic landmark if our intent was to let it be overrun, with a bunch of rowdy and entitled college kids who are, intent on being a nuisance. That is antithetical to what this project is about.
Thank you. So what I hear you saying is that you will have a marketing plan, but the property will mainly market itself due to its location and condition.
So we will have a thorough marketing plan that anticipates where the market will be, who it will speak to, how it's positioned. It will be separate and discrete from the other properties in the portfolio. It will have its own dedicated website. And when that plan is created, we will present it to seek the input of staff in the city manager's office for compliance, as we have agreed already. And if approved by the city manager's office, and as being acceptable to meet the community objectives, then we'll proceed with that plan and stick to it. And it's worth noting, this project is incredibly unique in that the planning board in this condition that we've worked with the city attorney's office on, we believe is the first where our building permits cannot be issued for this property until our marketing plan has been approved by the city manager's office as acceptable to meeting the community objectives for this property. Again, it's a very unique condition for a property of this type. We're unaware of any others like it, certainly in this neighborhood or anywhere else in the city that have such a requirement. But again, in the spirit of doing the right thing, we're committed to doing it. And we're pleased to engage with the city manager's office to make sure it's acceptable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mary. I do not see any other questions. With that, I think we're ready to go to the public hearing, unless council has any other input before then. Great, seeing none, let's move on to the public hearing. Let me pull this up and then say a few words. Because we have 45 people signed up to speak tonight. It will be 2 minutes per speaker. To pool time, under the rules for tonight, it takes 3 speakers to agree to have one person speak for them. Sorry, 3 people who have signed up to have one person speak for them, and that person will have 4 minutes to speak. There are a few notations here that have 4 people pooling time together. That does not give any extra time. So for the folks who are lower down on the list, pooling with 4 people, that's not necessary. The rules for pooling are that when the person who's called to speak, who is pooling, we will ask to see that the other 2 people are present in the meeting in order to give 4 minutes to the pooled speaker. So those are the ground rules. And to test them out, our first speaker, Doug Burden, is pooling with Callie Wyatt and Victoria Johns. And then after Doug, we have Diana Gonzalez Burden and Rolf Goldshath. And so I'll turn to Ryan and say, Ryan, we're ready for Doug as long as Callie and Victoria are in the meeting.
Thank you. I'm confirming that Callie and Victoria are in the meeting. And Doug, you will be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. My name is Doug Burden. I live directly across the street from the Marpa House at 870 12th Street. I'll address several issues, but first I need to address some things in the last presentation. First of all, don't be fooled that the intent with this building is anything but to fill it with students. They all but admitted that in this process. They said they fill up their student rentals a year in advance. And that means no families, no professors are going to commit that far in advance. So the marketing plan is not going to really do anything. Second, the planning board said the on-site management should be day and night. I have to assume that means 24/7. And if you go that route, that's what you should require. Third, about de-intensifying use from 75 to 50 to 48. This is a problem with using paper occupancy opposed to real occupancy. We've proved that the actual occupancy at the unit, at the property, was no more than 36 people for the last couple decades, and maybe for the whole Marpa use. So it's not going down from 50 to 48. It's going up from at most 36 to 48. And it's comparing Buddhist-centered people with university students. Next, I think you should require that people give their address when they speak, because last time a lot of people spoke who were not from this neighborhood. Next, I ask that you keep an open mind and seriously consider denying this application outright, as a majority of the planning board was close to doing. You can't make the determinations under the code criteria. You have to do that. Since your review is de novo, you're essentially being asked to put your name on what the staff memo said as justification. The findings of facts, analysis of the criteria, all those conclusions become yours. And as one example of problems with the staff memo, and discussing the factor related to the one of the criteria, or two of the criteria, the staff memo says that a large student apartment in the middle of this neighborhood is compatible with and will not change the character of the neighborhood. And they pointed to a map with some non-conforming residential properties and suggested that there were apartments and fraternities and multi-dwelling units. If you look at those properties, they're all single-family homes that are duplexes. So putting a student apartment in this building would definitely change the character of this neighborhood. And I sent you evidence of proving that. Last thing I want to address is this fraternity use issue. I totally disagree with the staff's interpretation of the law. Changing from a boarding house to a fraternity is a substitution of one non-conforming use for another one. Regardless of their practices in the past, the code says what you have to do in that situation. You have to go through an analysis about related to the non-conforming use. So that analysis is completely wrong. I sent you a memo with that full analysis to refute what the city attorneys are telling you. Now, finally, denial would not mean that what it would mean is that the developer would have to come up with a new approach. He could work with the neighborhood and come up with approaches that might work for everyone. And in the neighborhood consolidated comments, we made a suggestion about one of those. So I urge you to deny the application so we can explore those other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Next, we have Diana Gonzalez Burden, Rolf Kolschath, and David Raduziner. And it appears that Rolf is not in the meeting. Rolf, if you are in the meeting, please let us know through the Q&A function. And with that, Diana, you are up.
Good evening. My name is Diana Burden, and I live at 870 12th Street. In 2014, we bought into a single-family neighborhood. The Marpa House across the street was a quiet, contemplative, Buddhist-centered group home. It was a little unusual, but was consistent with single-family homes. They shared a kitchen, they ate together, shared chores, in many ways lived as a single family. We, along with neighbors who have lived with the Marpa House for decades, expected this non-conforming use or something similar to continue. We never expected that it could be replaced by an apartment building for 48 undergrad students. So it seems that one purpose of zoning laws is to govern expectations of property owners and to maintain compatible living situations. Allowing a new out-of-character use to replace a use that was compatible with the neighborhood really undermines the zoning laws and, importantly, the expectations of the homeowners. So the neighborhood opposition, as you will have seen, is nearly universal. We've prepared a summary of the nearly 300 pages of individual comments submitted to staff. We submitted consolidated neighborhood comments to the planning board and consolidated comments to you, signed by 110 households representing about 175 individuals who live in the area around the property. We've put forth facts on occupancy, parking, traffic, and the impact on the neighborhood. We feel that we haven't been heard. These comments reflect the view that the baseline for your consideration of maintenance or reduction of non-conforming use should be the actual use over the last 4+ decades of the Marpa House. So, tonight, I think you expressed concern of safeguarding the investment of the developer, but didn't express concern for safeguarding the value of the neighboring homes, which we think is critical. We think you should deny, at the very least, significantly strengthen the conditions, as it appears that unfortunately, it will be up to the neighborhood to enforce.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you. Appreciate it. Your time is up. Next up, we have David Radeziner, Diana Verigi, and Stacy Silverstein Apple. Stacy does not appear to be in the meeting. Stacy, if you're in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A box. And with that, we'll go to David.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I'm David Radeziner, 765 14th Street, Hill resident for 22 years. I serve on the UNA Design Review Committee and have been active in various UNA efforts ever since around 2004. We hope you've been able to review the packages that Doug and Diana mentioned from UNA and the neighbors. The information provided attempts to correct errors in fact and errors in interpretation and clarify the neighbors' near unanimous opposition to the application to expand this non-conforming use at the Marpa House building. I want to just stress a couple of key points. While there have been other instances of conversion of boarding house uses to multifamily use on Uni Hill, some by this developer, but none of them have been located in the heart of the low-density permanent resident part of the neighborhood, and all of those cases involved highly occupied nuisance properties. This is none of that. Those new uses typically resulted in a reduction of nonconformity, fewer bedrooms, reduced occupancy, or at worst, no change in occupancy. UNA has supported most all of those applications as they resulted in not only physical improvements to the sites and buildings, but also improvement in management of those properties. However, this application represents an expansion of a non-conforming use and fails to meet the requirements of city code. The application and staff analysis is full of inaccuracies and mischaracterizations of the previous use and impact of the proposed use. Previous use for the last 43 years was not a 50-person boarding house or any form of fraternity. It was a contemplative group residence with a maximum occupancy of 36 persons, usually far less. The staff's reliance on the potential use versus the actual use is simply not appropriate. Further, an application of non-conforming use must show that all of the very specific requirements.
David, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish your sentence, please.
I just said UNA and the Design Review Committee respectfully ask that approval of this application be denied.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Diana Verrilli, and then Mark Meyer and Aline Mooney. I will check in if Stacy Silverstein Apple, Janice Stenbuck, or Thomas Mooney are in the meeting. Please let us know in the Q&A box. And with that, Diana Verrilli, you are up.
Great, thank you. My name is Diana Verrilli, and I've been a resident of the Hill for 22 years and live at 765 14th Street. We love our home and our neighborhood and prize its historic character and mix of residents. The expansion of this non-conforming use is wholly incompatible with the character of the neighborhood. There are many alternatives to redevelop the property that would result in a reduction in non-conformity, or maybe better said, an increase in compatibility. Imagine, for example, a multi-unit residential condominium project with fewer units and beds, housing 36 seniors, benefiting from communal areas with a percentage of units reserved for affordable housing. The neighborhood would support that sort of redevelopment, and it would be economical for the developer. The developer did not even attempt to work with the neighbors to create a plan that would be palatable. The planning board has tried to force that via approving the application with conditions. However, the conditions are inadequate to overcome the incompatibility of the project with the surrounding neighborhood. Adding 16 three-bedroom units in this low-density, single-family community will have a devastating effect on neighbors in the immediate area and will bring deterioration and encroachment of more conversions to student rentals. This neighborhood is a treasure of architecturally significant buildings and a wonderful place to live for the folks who call it home. Please correct the improper decision made by the planning board and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we have Mark Meyer, Thomas Mooney, and Aline Mooney. And I'll say again, if Stacy Apple or Janice Stenbuck is in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A box. And with that, Mark Meyer, you are up.
I know, you did it, it's fine.
Good evening. My name, Mayor Weaver and City Council members, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Mark Meyer. I have lived at 1177 Cascade for 22 years, which is just on the south side of the same block as the former Marpa House. At the end of the day, the fundamental question you need to answer, as pointed out by staff in their memo on page 12, and paraphrasing, is a proposed project reasonably compatible with, and will it have an impact on the use of nearby properties? Are the proposed operating characteristics appropriate, and do they adequately address concerns regarding noise, etc.? Will the proposal change the predominant character of the surrounding area? Clearly, in my view, in the view of everyone that you will hear tonight and all the neighbors and the larger neighborhood, the answer is that this project will have a material negative impact. It's therefore incumbent upon you to deny the project. If you're really concerned about, council, if you're really concerned about protecting the neighborhood and preventing the kinds of problems we've seen just recently on the Hill and the ongoing issues just a few blocks to the east of us, and you're familiar with what's going on 14th and 15th Street, then I urge you to deny the application. Originally, I was going to suggest that maybe strengthening conditions would be an option, but after listening to the applicant's proposal, I don't believe a word they've said, and therefore I urge you to deny outright. We'll take our chances with the next step. But clearly, this project is the wrong project in this neighborhood. It'll have a negative impact on the neighbors in the surrounding area. This is a forever decision. It's a watershed moment for the University Hill neighborhood and for you, City Council. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Thomas Mooney, Aline Mooney, and Jay Madston. Thomas?
Thomas is calling in. Thomas, you'll need to press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Thomas Mooney. Can you hear me?
We can.
I respectfully would ask the City Council to deny approval of this project. The initial presentations to the Planning Board met with disapproval, and only after innumerable conditions that are either unenforceable or perhaps even unlawful did the Planning Board put forth this to City Council. With the original plan, which is what currently you're being presented with, it does have a major impact and increased impact on the surrounding home community, and actually increases the nonconformity that the guidelines say should be reduced at the very least. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we have Aline Mooney, Jay Madston, and Mark Painter, who is pooling. And Mark, I'll give you the heads up that you seem to be pooling with 3 and you only need 2. And with that, we'll go to Aline Mooney.
Star 6.
You're unmuted. You can just speak. If you hit star 6 again, you may have remuted yourself.
I've muted Thomas. Aline, you are able to mute yourself and speak now.
Thank you.
Aline, you are able to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to cede my time to Lisa Spalding. Is she not here, or?
Well, she probably is here, would be my guess. You don't need to cede your time to her.
Okay. Well, then I'll just say a couple words. I think the biggest problem with this project is that it is 16 separate apartments in an area that is a single family, and that in itself is really vastly different than having a community that lives together, whether that's a sorority or the halfway house or the previous tenants who lived there, who lived in a communal fashion, unlike 16 separate apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Aline. Next, we have Jay Madston, Mark Painter, who's pooling, and Jordan Bunch, who's pooling. Jordan, I'll also give you the heads up that you appear to be pooling with 3 plus you. You only need 2 plus you. Jay Madston, you are up.
You're able to speak.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jay Mattson. I live at 1101 Aurora Avenue, and I've lived here for 28 years. We have a wonderful neighborhood, and I am against this development because it's taking a non-conforming building into making it into a more non-conforming development. And I'd like to make 3 points. One, it's making it into a density bomb in our neighborhood. It's going to have an adverse effect on everyone here with the parking. Everything that they're proposing is going to be a negative aspect to our neighborhood. My second point is I agree with the Uni Hill letter that was sent to you in entirety. And the third point I wanted to make is that we had a bad riot on the Hill of almost 2 months ago. There's many angry people on the Hill. And there's many issues that need to be resolved on the Hill. And one of the issues is density of college kids. We need to have a big discussion about that. And frankly, I don't think there should be any approval of any projects that increase the density in anywhere in the Hill area that will bring those problems from the lower Hill to the upper Hill. And I appreciate the time, and I definitely want the project not to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Next, we have Mark Painter, Jordan Bunch, and Sue Ellen Harrison all pooling. So Mark, you are good to go as soon as Ryan tells me that 2 of your 3 pooling partners are here.
I am confirming that 2 are here to pool with Mark, 2 are also here to pool with Jordan, and 2 are here to pool with Sue.
Okay, super. So Mark, you're good to go with 4 minutes.
Great, thank you. Again, this is Mark Painter. I'm an attorney with Holland and Hart here in Boulder, right across the street from the city building. I'm representing a number of clients who live adjacent to the development. My clients would obviously prefer a denial, but council did make clear you are more likely to approve with modified conditions. So as our plan B, I forwarded to you last night proposed modifications to the criteria as a red line and a clean. And I think there's been some reference to those already, but I hope you have them now because I can't put them up on the screen for you. So I sent them to you. And allow me to walk through those with you. These are conditions that the neighbors have been working on to help tighten up the conditions that were put together after the planning board meeting. First, under Roman numeral 1 of the parking section, staff recommended 8, not 12 off-site parking permits, which is more consistent with the historic use. 12 spaces will put a burden on an already tight parking situation in the area. As to numerat 5 of the parking section, the parking conditions were developed by planning board late at night, a bit on the fly with a lot of speculation and no one from parking services involved. Planning board only wanted a very limited number of on-street parkers to minimize the impacts under the criteria. So they devised a separate system where the applicant will issue and manage his own permits for parking on the city streets. Unfortunately, that didn't account for the separate neighborhood parking program, which could allow even more tenant parking through its second car, guest, and visitor passes in order to get around the maximum cars permitted. Our clause solves that problem. In Roman numeral 8 of the parking conditions, we added, as we do in a number of places, a requirement of at least annual reporting of the information required under the conditions in order to promote ongoing compliance by the applicant. Mr. O'Day has stated over and over tonight that the developer is committed to all of the conditions, which are the strictest ever, quote, period, full stop. If that's the case, the developer needs to be willing to submit the reports and information required by the conditions regularly so the city, and in many cases, the neighborhood representatives can have real enforcement opportunities. That's why in condition 12 of the parking conditions, we added that license plates and corresponding permits without owner names, we don't need those, be provided to the neighborhood designees so that compliance with permits will happen. The city has said it will not engage in active enforcement of the conditions. This is a critical point that gets missed in a lot of the presentations. It will not enforce the project's separate permits except on complaint, nor will it enforce the conditions except on complaint. That won't work unless the neighborhood can verify compliance by permittees. And periodic reporting solves the other problem, which is you cannot expect the city staff, which is already stretched, to be asking for reports on a regular basis. We need to require the developer to do that. Looking at quiet hours in section 3, the applicant has represented that it would not permit these outdoor sound systems at any time, so this prohibition should be at all times. In paragraph 4D regarding on-site management, that issue's already been addressed. Regarding paragraph 6, we added this to clarify that the good neighbor statement and parking agreement requirements cannot be modified or eliminated over time in a way that diminishes the requirements of the conditions. In paragraph 7 on nuisance abatement, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Carr. If nuisance abatement goes tenant by tenant or apartment by apartment, then enforcement of the conditions against lax management or problematic tenants is not going to be possible. The city has the ability to interpret that provision and make it a requirement. We believe the modifications are reasonable and consistent. The neighborhood just needs the enforcement tools to actually work in a way that ensures the applicant's commitments are as perpetual as the development's impacts are going to be on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. Mark. Next, we have Jordan Bunch, Sue Ellen Harrison, and Lynn Siegel. Jordan, we've already confirmed that your pooling partners are here in the meeting, so you have 4 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, my name is Jordan Bunch. I'm also an attorney with Holland and Hart, representing a number of property owners who live adjacent to this project. Mark just walked you through some proposed revisions to the conditions should you choose to proceed with approval. But I want to be clear that our position is that this application should not be approved under the clear terms of the code. This project is zoned low density residential, and large student apartment buildings are not permitted in that zone under the code. Now, other uses are permitted, but if and only if they meet the following criteria. The particular use is demonstrated to be appropriate in the proposed location. A change in a non-conforming use would not adversely affect the traffic and the environment of the surrounding area, and the change would reduce the degree of non-conformity. Now, as I'll discuss, none of those criteria are met here. I'd like to start with the third and most crucial point, which is that this application can only be approved if the change would reduce the degree of nonconformity. The fundamental issue here is the use of the 50-person unused rental license as the basis for analyzing the nonconforming use. That is not consistent with the law or the facts. I need to challenge the characterization of the code that was made earlier this evening. Section 10.320 does not state that the occupancy level is set by the license across the board. Rather, it says that acceptance of a rental license is a waiver of claims for excess occupancy. In this case, no one is claiming occupancy in excess of 50, nor does the provision have anything to do with or override the provisions of a non-conforming use review. And this may be why that provision was never raised by the city in any hearing until this evening. Now, and a permitted use, if you think about it, a permitted use from over 40 years ago should not supersede the actual historical use for the last 43 years. The Colorado Supreme Court has recognized this proposition and held that an owner's rights, quote, were to be determined by the actual use made of his property prior to the zoning, rather than by any state or city licenses that he may have obtained. The basis for comparison should be the actual historical occupancy of 35 people, not an unused, decades-old 50-person rental license. The goal is to move properties closer to compliance and away from non-compliance. This is codified in both Code Section 9215F, as well as in case law, which is held that non-conforming uses should be reduced to conforming as speedily as possible, and zoning ordinances should be interpreted strictly against allowing indefinite continuation of non-conforming use. This application unequivocally moves the property away from compliance. Additionally, non-conforming uses lose their status if abandoned for a year. And to be clear, the Colorado Supreme Court has not held that a complete cessation of use is required to prove abandonment. The questions before you are almost identical to the issues presented in the 1990 non-conforming use review of the nearby Alpha Fee House. In that case, the city denied the application, noting that the house failed to maintain the rental license level of 43 occupants and in effect abandoned that occupancy. And that is exactly what happened here. In the Alpha Phi case, the city also correctly identified that an increase in occupancy would bring with it a number of ancillary issues, including inadequate parking and noise. Those, as you've heard, are also concerns here. Beyond that, the use review criteria states that a project cannot be approved unless it meets all, not some of all of the criteria set forth in 9215E. And we submit that this project fails to meet a number of those criteria, including the following. The project must provide a direct service or convenience to the neighborhood. That's not the case here. It must reduce adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. This actually creates new adverse impacts. It doesn't reduce them. And it must be compatible. This is not compatible. You've heard from the neighbors who are deeply concerned that this will create a conflict that the city and the neighbors will have to manage in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we have Sue Ellen Harrison is pooling, and we've confirmed the pooling partners. Then we have Lynn Siegel and Jim Scarborough. Sue Ellen? You have 4 minutes, Sue Ellen.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sue Ellen Harrison. I live at 840 12th Street, so I'm across the street and about a house up from Marpa House. I've seen firsthand for the last 55 years, because actually I lived on Uni Hill before I bought this house in 1977. I've seen the negative impacts that students have had on University Hill. How quickly we forget. You all saw the riot. You've all seen the videos of the riot. That is happening because of the increased density of students. I think Jay Matson's comments are one you should really, really take to heart. It is really inappropriate at this point in time and what's going on the Hill to dump 48 students at the corner of 12th and Aurora. And facts do matter here. There are no apartment buildings south of Euclid, let alone south of Aurora. This is a huge jump in terms of density and the impact on our neighborhood. Continuing the fact that facts matter, the applicant would have you believe that we're a neighborhood full of rentals and students, and nothing could be farther from the truth. Despite what that map shows you, there is actually only one student rental on our block. That's it, one. There are two other rentals. They're occupied by long-term rentals, one a family that have been there for years, and they're part of the fabric of our neighborhood. Also, there was a reference to the Airbnb issues. It was pretty disingenuous. The couple of Airbnbs in our neighborhood are seldom used by the folks who own them. I know the folks who own them. They even use age restrictions. And so that was really taken out of context. If you're going to look at these conditions, I really don't think we should go down that route. I'd like to point out very much the response to Councilman Yates. The one thing that truly matters is that this address is one address for enforcement. And you notice the applicant refuses to agree to that. By not agreeing to that, and unless council requires that, you are throwing the neighborhood under the bus. There's no way that we can figure out how to complain and how to deal with 48 different apartments and all these different conditions. And finally, it's important to look at Kirkland's track record. We have all these conditions that he's claiming that they're going to take care of. But the fact remains, if you look at my submittal, which was yesterday at 11:56 a.m., you'll see what goes on at his properties and how they've been managed. There were 62 noise complaints in the time period that he picked as being a good time period for his properties. There was sexual assault, theft, and gunshots. That's not what a responsible landlord does, and you should not put that into our neighborhood. It's also interesting to note that the applicant really dodged all the hard questions that they were asked tonight. And I think that tells you a lot about what we can expect. For the city and University Hill, I know, council, it's hard to say no to development, but this is your legacy. This is a defining moment, and it's an opportunity for you to recognize what's going on in the Hill and say, no, the property does not meet the non-conforming criteria and should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue Ellen. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Jim Scarborough, and Hope Mickelson. Lynn?
Sue Ellen stole my word, disingenuous. From the very start, John Kirkwood undermined the neighbors and the neighborhood joining with Marpa House, the model of communal homes in Boulder. It is so sad. My brother lived there for 10 years. Trungpa Rinpoche's consort lived there and her family. The way that this place is depicted as old and demolished and falling apart is the biggest lie. That was a comfortable, wonderful environment. It was a model for what housing should be in Boulder. Now, This guy has places up towards the intense density part of the hill. The other problem here is that this place was improperly designed into 3-bedroom units, each one separated out. They are each rented separately. So it's totally split apart. And then they say that up on the hill where they're doing this other housing, that they took away the communal areas to help the neighborhood. No, they took away the communal areas so that they can make every blessed buck out of every bedroom possible. That's what they did. And that's what they did here. And the communal spaces are gone. So there's no sense of community for anyone of these 45, 48 people living here. They're all disintegrated. And you know where they're going to go? They're going to go out to get away so they can have some community out on the rest of the hill. That's what they're going to do. Don't be bought by this. This is just shameful what's happened here. This is a beautiful building. They just remodeled the kitchen. They have communal spaces, and they're taking all that away and claiming that they're doing that for the benefit of the people that live there. No.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up. Next, we have Jim Scarborough, Hope Mickelson, and Ray Bompa. Jim?
Just move over, please. Hello, Jim Scarborough. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jim Scarborough. My wife Ann and I live at 735 12th Street, about a block and a half away from uphill from Marpa House. We've lived here for 35 years. We love the neighborhood. We love our neighbors. And we are afraid that if this project is approved, that it's going to deal a severe blow to the neighborhood as it's traditionally existed. One glaring defect to me in this application is that it's not being made by the University of Colorado. It's not being made by an agent of the university. In other words, we don't know what the university's needs are, but the university's needs are being used to justify the project. After COVID, who knows what's going to happen with university life? It's very much up in the air. We may not go back to full residential learning the way we did before. In fact, I doubt that we will. And just what we'll go to, I don't know. But it's just not right to approve this project on the belief or assumption that it's to benefit the University of Colorado, when the University of Colorado has many resources of its own to solve its housing problems and has got plans of its own and doesn't need Marpa House. So please, please think of the residents of the neighborhood and deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Hope Mickelson, Ray Bomba, and Rishi Raj. Hope.
Hi, my name is Hope Michelson, and I live at 805 13th Street on the Hill. I'm an engineering professor at CU, and I sincerely love interacting with CU students. That said, I am acutely aware that our students are still in the process of maturing, and many of them do not have enough maturity to act even in their own best interests, let alone the interests of or sensitivity to their neighbors or the broader community. High density student housing arrangements that lack 24/7 residential oversight, such as the Marpa House reconfiguration, encourages rather than curbs dangerous and disruptive immature behavior and hinders our students in maturing into healthy, successful, and happy community members. Expanding high-density student housing on the Hill also does a disservice to those of us living in this neighborhood. The increasing density of student housing is having serious negative impacts on us. We have been dealing with frequent fireworks, sometimes throughout the night, causing great emotional distress, litter, broken glass, dangerous speeding cars that don't stop at stop signs, public urination, threats, and violence. This creep of dense, unsupervised, student-dominated housing also has a negative impact on our city. A once beautiful, history-rich tourist attraction is slowly crumbling into disrepair and decay, with trashed historical homes and unruly student residences. The riot of March 6 underscores the legitimate concerns of Hill residents over the proliferation of student housing in the neighborhood. The current plan for non-conforming use of the Marpa House property represents exactly the type of development that will further promote the trend. The neighbors presented extensive data and legitimate concerns to the Boulder Planning Board that were essentially ignored in its recommendations. The proposed occupancy moves the property further towards non-conforming use for an R1 zone compared to the historical precedent of the past several decades. I understand the desire to protect the applicant's investment. We ask you to protect the financial and personal investment we have in our neighborhood and thus decline the application for the Marpa House reconfiguration as it is. Thank you so much for holding this meeting and considering our concerns.
Thank you, Hope. Next, we have Ray Bamba, Rishi Raj, and Zach Gen. Ray?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Ray Bomba, and I also live on 13th Street in the same neighborhood as Marpa House. And I think we're all aware that the rise of Airbnb has caused major problems in some cities, to the point where we've seen city councils and communities across the country trying desperately to stop the expansion of Airbnb in order to preserve long-term housing for permanent residents. From the standpoint of depleting long-term housing, there's essentially no difference between conversion to Airbnb or student housing. And I believe that the city council should be just as concerned about the proliferation of student housing as other communities are about Airbnb expansion. From the standpoint of the impact on the overall neighborhood, I think any of the neighbors on the University Hill would assert that student rentals are much worse than Airbnbs. And the proposed development is a permanent reconfiguration that I invite you to look very carefully at the design to see that no one other than students would ever want to live in this. And at every other meeting, the developers have stated unequivocally that their target market is students, and that their business practices essentially eliminate anybody but students in those apartments. So be very careful about what they're saying now versus what they're saying before. Okay, so I think the city council should be very concerned about a domino effect of conversion of other houses. And if you're wondering if that's a supportable concern, I assert that you should listen to what the neighbors, what the developer themselves said when they put up their map in the fall meeting. They actually said that the future expansion of the university would go into the Lower Chautauqua and University Hill neighborhood.
Thank you, Ray. Next, we have Rishi Raj, Zach Gen, and Chad Helton. Rishi?
If you're able to speak, just go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Okay. You can all hear me now, right?
Correct. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my name is Rishi Raj, and me and my wife live on 14th Street, 2 blocks from Marpa House, and we've been here for 26 years. My association with University Hill goes back 50 years, believe it or not. Anyway, so I want to speak to 3 topics. The first is I want to present to you a vision that I have for University Hill and for our neighborhood. And the secondly, I want to discuss the process by which this Marpa House issue had been, shaken down. And finally, I want to make a recommendation and give you reasons for my recommendation. So the vision I have is that the COVID has really unleashed a total revolution in how people work. They work remotely now. There's a flight from cities to suburbia, and people are renting places in suburbia to not to work at home, but to have a place from where they can work remotely. And I think the University Hill and our neighborhoods are really very well positioned with a lot of culture and activities and the university nearby to really take advantage of this movement and build upon it for the future. So that's the vision I have. Now, Marpa House, you can say about this and that and all kind of restrictions, but the basic problem is overstuffing students into small places. If you put 3 people in one bedroom, people need privacy, especially in this digital world. They need to think for themselves. You're creating an explosive situation, and we have all these riots and unsocial behavior on the Hill because of over occupancy, because we are stuffing people into small places where they get on each other's backs, get on each other's nerves, and they explode. So I think you can do whatever restrictions you want, but if you put 3 people in a bedroom, you're inviting trouble. So I think we need to be aware.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you. Next, we have Zach Gann, Chad Helton, and Greg Barron. Zach?
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Zach Gann, and I live on 14th Street, 2 blocks from the Marpa House. I'd like to make my comment in support of 891 12th Street. Listening to other comments tonight, particularly comments from older community members, neighbors of 891 12th Street, it's clear to me that the divide within the community of Boulder is larger than ever. Wealthy neighbors, some of which do not even reside in Boulder, are concerned that if this project goes through, the values of their homes will diminish and their so-called quiet neighborhoods will be no more. This selfish outlook makes me pose the question, when's the last time that you've stepped on campus? When's the last time you've interacted with the students of the university? And what have you done to improve this community? The project at 891 12th Street, to me, is improving the community. Secondly, let's talk about enrollment at the university. Next year, enrollment at CU will set a record, topping 35,000 students. By 2025, this number will be well over 40,000 based on projections. Like it or not, Boulder is a college town, and if you think otherwise, I'm sorry. The students are the ones supporting your small businesses, working for your stores and companies, and keeping the economy of Boulder afloat. There is a direct correlation between the closure of numerous businesses over this past year and students attending the university in person. This is a great project with a great potential to improve the neighborhood and allow additional housing for students of the university. This year has been full of hardship for our town. Let's make Boulder a community. Let's work together, students and neighbors. Let's foster a welcoming community rather than one of spite and divisiveness. I'm going to end with this. I know for a fact that there's a line of 12 fraternities and sororities interested in living in this historic property. If you don't want to go through with the renovation of 891 12th Street, so be it. But I guarantee you, you will be much happier living next to an updated, well-designed, well-built, and well-managed house than a massive party home. City Council, please consider these things in accepting the proposed restoration of 891 12th Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Zach. Next, we have Chad Helton, Greg Barron, and Bennett Fishbane. Chad?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thanks for having us tonight. My name is Chad Helton. Currently running a property on 13th Street, pretty close to 891. And I'm a CU Boulder alumni, and I've been a resident on the Hill for the past 6 years. I have some past work experience in Boulder, in the rental industry myself. And from what I've seen from these projects from this team, they've been able to put together some really great opportunities on the Hill that have been really refreshing, that have really improved, the rental industry, in my opinion. They've made impressive changes to properties that were once dilapidated and run down, and, now they're gems. And I think they show good progress for the rental community here on the Hill as a whole. But in the end, I highly recommend that the council take the advice of the planning board that unanimously voted 7-0 approval for this restoration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Chad. Next, we have Greg Barron, Bennett Fishbane, and Madison Kemp. Greg?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I'm a junior at CU currently, and I live on 14th Street, and I would like to speak in regard to 89112. I currently live 2 doors down from one of the management's other projects, Cedar House, and can attest that the students living there and their properties are respectful and good neighbors. There's been a knock earlier in this conversation to no sense of community. When I walk outside my house every day, I feel a sense of community from my neighbors who are all students because they were all respectful to each other. And if the right residents are selected to live there, the environment of having fellow CU students living next to you is unmatched. And I know some of the older members in this conversation have voiced their concerns about having a younger demographic there because there is a divide currently in the community. But rather than neglecting these students, I think the older demographic should look at this as an opportunity to connect with them and have an opportunity and reach out to some younger people living around them. And I think this would be very beneficial for the city as a whole. So that's all I have to say. And thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Greg. Next, we have Bennett Fishbein, Madison Kemp, and Jesse Fleck. Bennett?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I currently live on 11th Street, just a few blocks over from this location. I would like to voice my support for the renovation of 891 12th Street. I'm very excited at the prospect of the Ash House. By investing over $7 million into the property, not only will this be one of the best places to live on the hill, but probably one of the best places to live in Boulder. I also like the fact that this property won't stick out and the existing historic structure will still be preserved. It is far enough from the center of the hill that it will not become a nuisance for the neighbors. All of these proposed changes that others have spoken about have already been approved by the city staff and the City Landmarks Board. So council, please follow their lead in approving this project, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Bennett. Next, we have Madison Kemp, Jesse Fleck, and Logan Dowell.
To the Council of Boulder, I'm Maddie Kemp, and I would like to address my support for the project at 891 12th Street. I am a CU Boulder student, and I have lived on the hill during my entire time here at CU. I truly believe that this project is a great opportunity for people living in Boulder to enjoy this community and neighborhood to the fullest. Not only is the hill housing extremely limited, but in many cases, housing can also be extremely overpriced. I've personally struggled to find housing that is reasonably priced and think that the students of Boulder would be grateful for more affordable housing options. The optimum location and existing property will provide a beautiful complex for residents as well as a better, more updated living experience as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maddie. Next, we have Jesse Fleck, Logan Dowell, and Zachary Offner. Logan, we do not see you in the meeting. If you are in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A box. Jesse, you are up.
Hi, my name is Jessie Fleck, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a third-year student here at CU, I have experienced firsthand how difficult it can be to find housing in good condition at a reasonable price. This year, I lived in a house constructed in the 1920s with little to no updates or renovation done, and I'm paying over $1,300 a month, plus utilities. As the student population of the university grows, I am fearful of how this might affect pricing of housing in Boulder, especially because landlords have become stagnant and comfortable with upcharging rents year after year, knowing that their house will be fully leased regardless of the price or condition of their properties. If something is not done, this will soon become a crisis. That being said, I hope that the City Council can see the need for better housing in Boulder. Many of the best, most beautiful houses on the hill are occupied by fraternities or sororities, and I would hate for 891 to turn into another party house. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Zachary Offner, David Garabed, and Elizabeth O'Donnell. And I'll say it one more time, Logan Dowell, if you're here in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A. Zachary, you're up.
Hi guys, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to voice my support for the restoration of 891 12th Street. My dad was a CBT member at Boulder and lived in this very property and speaks very highly of the space. Unfortunately, time has weathered down this existing space, but I believe that with the work of the developers and rental company, this place can be restored to a great state. When my dad was living in the space, it was known as a raucous party house, housing up to 75 brothers at one time. By decreasing the space to 48 people, It not only will remove the threat of becoming another fraternity house, but the common spaces simply will not allow it to become like this again. I believe the management team has proven itself around the Hill, as they have transformed 4 other rundown properties into well-run, great-looking, and low-impact apartments. Thank you again for this opportunity. I hope the council will consider moving forward with the renovation of 891 12th Street.
Thank you, Zachary. Next, we have David Garabed, Elizabeth O'Donnell, and Eli Rosenfeld. David?
Hi, I'm David Garabed. I'm the owner of Danuve Construction, a general contractor in Boulder that has built several really similar adaptive reuse projects to this. And in particular, I wanted to talk about the Ledges project at 985 16th Street. That's at 16th and Euclid, just a few blocks from this project. That project was really similar to this in that it included converting an existing fraternity house into 11 3- and 4-bedroom apartments. And I think that project has been very successful and has been a really good addition to the neighborhood. Many of the same concerns were raised during the entitlement process of that project, but to my knowledge, none of them have become actual problems. I'm in favor of projects like this that include updating neglected buildings to be more sustainable, safe, and encouraging of respectful occupant behavior on the Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Elizabeth O'Donnell, Eli Rosenfeld, and Lars Runquist. Elizabeth?
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to give my support for the restoration and construction of 891 12th Street. As a current tenant on 10th and Pennsylvania Avenue, I was shocked and upset to watch the riots that occurred in our neighborhood on March 6th. Reasonably so, this event has painted the CU student population in a negative light and has brought up many issues regarding student housing on the Hill that must be addressed. I believe the owners of 891 12th Street have the right idea on moving forward with the planned redevelopment of this property. The student population living on University Hill lack quality housing while paying extremely high rent. The property at 891 Street can help solve this problem and simultaneously aid in maintaining a safe and responsible neighborhood. With strict management, full-time staff on property, and designated quiet hours, I think that we can hold the CU student body accountable and make this property a respectful place to live. Responsible university students are equally part of this community in Boulder and deserve a safe housing in a neighborhood adjacent to campus. Thank you again for your time and attention to this issue. I hope the council will consider moving forward with the restoration.
Thank you, Libby. Next, we have Eli Rosenfeld, Kathy Young, and Brad O'Neill. I will put out there, if Lars Runquist or Sue Puderbaugh are in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A. And with that, you're up, Eli.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This project excites me for a magnitude of reasons, predominantly the proximity to campus and the beauty of the physical structure. I believe that the steps that management have planned in preserving the existing building while also improving it are very promising. It leaves less of an environmental and structural impact on the surrounding community and neighborhood. I find it amazing that the building has already been landmarked and that the tenants will be able to enjoy the building for what it is. The history behind the building makes it all the more special to me. It has been a structural landmark in Boulder for so long in a neighborhood that is predominantly sophomore to senior students. The physical location of 891 12th Street is very far from the main section of the Hill. In all honesty, people don't really throw parties past 14th Street, and 10th to 12th is usually grad school students. I do not think it would undermine the neighborhood or the neighbors at all for this reason. That's why I don't see the residents being a nuisance, such as a fraternity house or a more centrally located building. This property is truly magnificent, and I believe the residents and neighbors are going to see an immense amount of benefit for the renovation of 891 12th Street. To all the people out there tonight that are against this property and the renovation of this property, this is the direction that the neighborhood is taking. I understand that families live there, but the university is expanding and so much student housing. The Boulder economy is dependent on us students, so let's take an innovative approach to how we house our students, and let's continue the renovation of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Next, we have Kathy Young, Brad O'Neill, and Anthony Burke. And one last call, if Lars Runquist, Sue Puderbaugh, or Tamar Larson are in the meeting, let us know in the Q&A. And with that, Kathy Young, you're up.
It looks like you're unmuted. You'll be able to speak now.
Hi there. You can hear me now, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, members of council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I do want to get right to the point to show my support for the renovation of 891 12th Street. Actually, I'm a little shocked. We're back here having this discussion again. It would seem to me that having a developer who is willing to invest so much of his own money in making a small landmark in Boulder into a beautiful, safe, clean space for living, why wouldn't we agree to this? The alternative is a rundown dump where college kids will congregate to party. I happen to have an incoming freshman to CU this fall, and as my money will be going directly to that school, I want to see a better, more affordable living options for these kids. I've followed this issue very closely, and from what I can see, the opposition to 891 House is coming from a very wealthy, entitled neighborhood who likes to preach about diversity and equality and inclusion, but they complain when this project might interfere with their competing rental properties or the idea that students may be their neighbors, which I find to be blatant hypocrisy. From what I've read from the developer side, it appears they will be willingly addressing the big concerns from the neighborhood, like parking and quiet hours and their good neighbor statement. Honestly, can't they see that if they don't renovate this house, they are going to get exactly what they fear the most? With all due respect, members of council, I honestly don't know what more I can say. There really is only one obvious choice for this matter. Please, I urge you to allow the 891 renovation to go forward. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Brad O'Neill, Anthony Burke, and David Smallwood. Brad?
My name is Brad O'Neill. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I got my degree in environmental design from CU in Boulder 40 years ago. Boulder has changed a lot in the last 40 years. One thing that has not changed, and that's the need for high quality student housing. Boulder is a college town. And when I lived there, I sought very high quality housing, which was in short supply as it is today. The 40 years that I've spent in the career of design and development has taught me really one thing, and that is look at the practical reality. I think I understand the comments from a lot of the neighbors. If I were a neighbor right across from the Marpa house, I might have the same conclusion that I wouldn't want, 48 or 50 students there. But the reality is that the current license allows that. And if you don't approve this project, then likely that you'll have the same density there of students, but you won't have an improved building with improved life safety, which is very important, the building upgrades, the landscaping, which will give a great curb appeal. It will definitely eliminate all the party rooms and the decks, and it will minimize the adverse impacts of the residents through the good neighborhood agreement. You won't have any of that if you don't approve it and it's being rented out as is to up to 50 students. And one of the neighbors said, what does the council do to help improve the value of the neighborhood versus this property? I suggest that you approve this, and that will improve the value of the neighborhood because you'll get all those benefits and none of the adverse effects if you just leave it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Next, we have Anthony Burke, David Smallwood, and Liz Hanson. David Smallwood, if you are present in the meeting, please let us know in the Q&A. We don't see you. And with that, Anthony, you are up.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Burke. I am president of Pinkard Construction, and we are a mid-sized general contracting firm who only works in the Front Range of Colorado. And we started building in Boulder 59 years ago. We've been involved with a lot of important projects within Boulder, but really our value to our clients is we are client-centric and community-driven. More than 70% of what we build has to do with either affordable housing or senior housing, and as such, we're called upon to participate in many community and industry type councils for housing and diversity and inclusivity. And one of the challenges that we've been working on for a number of years is really just overcoming housing segregation and figuring out how to make housing not only more affordable, but more fair. We also have quite a bit of experience with historic renovation and landmark certified historic types of projects. And we really like those as well because, they position community assets for new life. So they are costly to undertake both with time and money. They contain special challenges and, certain memorable features, any of them and every one of them. But the point is that for this project particularly, to put high quality housing in place for future generations using an existing asset. So we wanted to offer our support for our developer peers who use their imagination and creativity to create that win-win type of project within the community. And we hope that council supports this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Next, we have Liz Hanson, Damian Lesperance, and Scott Alexander. Liz?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Liz Hanson. I live at 3930 Darley Avenue in Boulder. I'm a former resident of the Hill for 8 years, and I work as a senior planner for Holland and Hart, and I have worked with some of the neighbors to review this application. And I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the application and the review process. So as many of you know, I in the past worked as a City of Boulder planner for 30 years. And I've also read about, I think, 35 years of planning memos. One of the concerns I've had in the process is that the staff memos haven't really summarized the public comment. And in this case, the public comment is overwhelming and significant opposition. And I really haven't seen that before. So I really do hope you've had a chance to read the public comments that have been given to you. And, when I have been listening to the public hearings for this project, there's something fishy that's been going on. Like in the planning board hearing, where we learned that there were paid speakers. In this hearing also, there are some speakers who have begun their testimony in the exact same way. In the planning board hearing, in fact, there were neighbors of the applicant, not neighbors of this property. And right before me speaking was a former employee of My Boulder Rental, which is the applicant's company. So I hope you're hearing loud and clear how the people who live in this neighborhood really feel about it. In fact, this site was affordable housing on the Hill. And so we're losing some of that affordable housing. And, we know that the applicant really does serve wealthy students with his properties. We've heard some contrived, prescriptive threats of fraternity, but please rule on what's before you. What's important is the criteria. Really, it's criteria, criteria, criteria.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz. Your time is up.
Thank you.
We have Sue Peterbow, who has come into the meeting. Sue, you are up.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Sue Jo Peterbaugh, and my address is 855 12th Street here in lovely Boulder on the Hill. Thank you for taking time to hear all of our discussion around this very intense situation. Please don't be fooled by the applicant's main goal. He is clearly financially motivated. Nothing wrong with that, but keep it in mind. The goal is not maintaining or enhancing the character of our neighborhood. Since 1977, maximum occupancy has been 36 persons in the Marpa House. We are not opposed to change, as some of the younger folks would say, for those of us who are established in the neighborhood. But with respect to R1 zoning, It seems residents are not being respected in the single family home that dominate the area around the Marpa House. Please take note that the sheer fact the applicant's consideration needs so many conditions, the plan is clearly riddled with difficulties, and please strongly consider the denial of this application that, with due respect, the planning board really weakly agreed upon. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we have Damian Lesperance, Scott Alexander, and Alexia Parks. Damian?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on this important topic. My name is Damian. I'm a graduating senior this year from Niwot High School, and I will be attending CU this fall. And I am here in support of the renovation of the 891 12th Street house. I actually called in on the last City Council meeting on this topic, and honestly, I'm quite surprised we're still talking about this issue. The fact that somebody wants to renovate and upgrade 891 12th Street to a high-end student apartments in a safe setting seems like a no-brainer to me. I will likely be living on the Hill this fall, and it would be nice to have safe, clean options to choose from. But now this topic of should we let this renovation go forward seems so ridiculous given recent tragic events in Boulder. We had a massacre in a grocery store recently, as you all know. And let me say, I also happen to work at a grocery store not far from that King Soopers, where Boulder has been thrust into the global spotlight. The families of those victims must be going through something unimaginable on a scale probably none of us can comprehend. And we're over here debating whether a dump of a house should be upgraded to a clean, safe, and beautiful housing for the city of Boulder. Really? What has happened to priorities? Boulder is overrun with homeless people who constantly harass my friends and me. My parents constantly tell me to steer clear of them because they have a history of assault and violence. And this is a fact because my parents and I have read the crime statistics in Boulder, and the increase in transient crime is up. I'm personally sick of how rundown Boulder has become and how the homeless are free to roam with no consequences to their criminal activity. Given that, having a safe, monitored living situation seems like the only option for the 891 house. I urge you as leaders of Boulder to set the right example of doing something positive for the new residents coming in, like myself, to give us more safe options for living in a city that's already suffering from a social stigma of out of control student partying, rampant transit crime, and the garbage they leave behind. And let the renovation of this historic house go forward. It really is the only choice that makes sense.
Thank you, Damian. Next, we have Scott Alexander, Alexia Parks, and Lisa Spalding. Scott?
Hi, Councilman Weaver. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you to you and your council members, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I am a Boulder native. My parents both graduated from CU, and my mother, Betty Alexander, served on the board of directors of the Alumni Association for many years. I have been and around the CU campus all of my life. I appear before you tonight as the chapter advisor for the Phi Kappa Psi fraternity at 1131 University Avenue. I have no interest in the Marpa House project, financial or otherwise. I am not employed by or related to anyone involved with the project. And as I hope you will understand in a minute, no promise has been made that my name will be moved up on the potential lessee list for this project. We have 14 double units in our house. The culture of our house is typically that as freshmen, our members live in the dorms. As sophomores, they live in our house. And as juniors and seniors, they live wherever we can find them a room. I have learned the hard way that the day in August that a sophomore brother moves into our house, we begin the search for housing for his junior and senior year at the same time. My antenna is turned up looking and listening for housing opportunities in Boulder 52 weeks per year. I am always looking for leases that could not be fulfilled, leases for students that get an opportunity to study abroad and need to be assumed, etc. While I completely understand the concerns of the neighbors, and if I was a property owner in the neighborhood, I would have the same concerns. My observation is that if this project will add 16 three-bedroom quality, well-managed apartments, and there are some property management firms in Boulder that are not well-managed, This one is for a total of 48 more beds. We would welcome that addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we have Alexia Parks, Lisa Spalding, and Aaron Belzer. Alexia.
Good evening. My name is Alexia, and many people have already expressed my concerns, so I'll be brief. No one can deny that housing is a major issue in Boulder today, but we should not be fooled into thinking that this is the way to solve that problem. As dozens of concerned citizens have accurately pointed out, converting this building into housing for 48 students will exacerbate major issues that have been spoken of tonight. I would also like to add, as someone who is a graduate student at CU Boulder, I remain incredibly skeptical that this housing is geared towards graduate students. With its 3-bedroom units, I fear graduate students will be priced out of this location. Without some sort of guarantee that graduate students or families would make up the majority of residents, it will likely not be the case. And I know that I myself avoided housing that had a large number of multi-bedroom units. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Alexia. Next, we have Lisa Spalding, Aaron Belzer, and Stephen Clark. Lisa.
The recommendation to approve this use review presented by staff to the planning board and now to you represents black and white argument based only on paper. What you hear from the neighbors is the lived reality. The assertion that the use before you will not change the predominant character of the surrounding area is based on records from the county assessor and rental licenses. They state whether a property is non-conforming use and whether the owner has a rental license. They do not tell you who is living in the home or who they are renting to, if anyone. They do not explain that Aurora Avenue is the buffer between the blocks to the north that have non-conforming grandfathered properties. And they do not explain that many of the non-conforming properties are occupied by families. They do not explain that the Pi Phi sorority house has a live-in house mother and does not permit alcohol. They do not explain that the rental properties south of Aurora around Marpa House are owned by neighbors who live a few minutes walk away, and all except one is are rented to families. Staff asserts that the use will have a negative impact on nearby properties, and that the good neighbor conditions will ensure the huge expansion of nonconforming use will not adversely affect us or increase the degree of nonconformity. The permanent residents of University Hill know that conditions are rarely enforced. And when they are, it's because the neighbors have filed numerous complaints and the police have written tickets. This development is designed to squeeze as much profit out of this property as possible at the expense of the neighborhood. Please do not choose an extraction from our community over the community itself. There are many other uses the applicant could develop that the neighborhood would welcome, but he has refused to listen to us. A denial will result in a much better project. And by the way, I've watched his rents for years. He rents by the bedroom, and it's going to be a minimum of $1,500 a bedroom. I can guarantee you that. Thanks. And thank you for staying awake. 3 more people to go.
Thank you, Lisa. So next we have Aaron Belzer, Stephen Clark, and Daniel Harberger. One of Daniel's pooling speaker is not needed. Daniel was pooled with 5. That's Rachel McKee. We will slot Rachel in ahead of Daniel. So Aaron Belzer, Stephen Clark, Rachel McKee, and Daniel Harberger. Aaron, you are up.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all staying up and hearing all these public comments. My name is Aaron Belzer. I'm an attorney here in Boulder, although I'm not representing anyone who's a party in this matter. I'm not related to this matter. But as a professional in Boulder who often deals with land use and code matters and things like this, I'm speaking to ask you to approve the application before you. There is clearly an acute need for quality student housing in Boulder. This application adequately satisfies the technical code requirements for the non-conforming use process, and it addresses that acute need for housing on the Hill. That housing is critical across all of Boulder, but particularly on the Hill, where the university's growth has outpaced the city's housing inventory. This applicant's plans, they've been vetted thoroughly. They've been approved unanimously, I believe, by the planning board, the landmark board, and the staff. The project directly addresses community challenges. It complies with our plan, and it does so while restoring a historic landmark building. This is a real solution to the student housing mess on the Hill. And it's exactly the kind of redevelopment or development that council should be approving. I think the alternatives to not supporting this project will have a decidedly worse adverse immediate impact on the neighborhood surrounding it. I'm also very concerned that not supporting a very solid, unanimously approved plan for development like this will send a message to other owners in Boulder that the city is happy with a dilapidated housing inventory, particularly that on the Hill. If we don't support and embrace projects like this, we're doing a disservice to the community and particularly to those folks on the Hill who need quality, diverse housing options for students. I'm asking you to please approve the applicant's proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Stephen Clark, Rachel McKee, and Daniel Harburger. Stephen?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, good evening, members of City Council. My name is Stephen Clark. I live at 942 9th Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of the University Hill Neighborhood Association. My original speech regarded development concerns, but those before me have already touched on all of these items. Regardless of this property's outcome, our association requests City Council support with future decisions that aim to reshape and rebalance life in one of Boulder's oldest historic neighborhoods. A neighborhood which is being converted from well-kept homes into ones dotted with beer-dyed tables, graffiti-covered facades, and last but not least, massive parties that make national news. Again, aside of this evening's discussion, we call upon City Council to aid future restorative efforts on the Hill before it's too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Rachel McKee and Daniel Harburger. Rachel?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for all of your time tonight. So my partner and I moved into this neighborhood 4 years ago. We bought our first house together. We've been super engaged in the Marba House, conversation since the very first meeting that the developer had. And I would just like to say that I think if this developer cared about being a good neighbor, he would have integrated some of the neighborhood feedback that we've been asking for the last almost 2 years. I've been at every single meeting that's occurred, and there hasn't been one significant neighborhood ask that has actually been integrated. So I don't have a ton of faith that he's actually interested in following through with good neighbor agreements because he hasn't actually been a good neighbor from the beginning of this process. So that seems important to me. I wanted to call out that this was not a thoroughly agreed upon planning board approval. They were a moment away from not approving it until there was a pivot. And one of the last things that one of the board members said was, I think we could have done better, and I hope next time we have the courage to say no. So, I don't know if you guys reviewed the planning board meeting, but it was not any sort of positive, meeting by the end of it. I also think if you lived in this neighborhood, you could walk in front of any of the developers' properties on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and you would see that the porches are not designed to not have parties. They're full of parties. There's glass all over in front of the houses. They're incredibly loud. There's sofas outside, and they're messy the next day. So these kinds of properties would just destroy this neighborhood, which is a very distinct area from where his other properties are. And I really hope that you guys really consider not approving this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And last, we have Daniel Harburger, and I understand there may be a presentation. There it is. Daniel,
yes.
You have four minutes and you're up.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, everyone, for your time here. This is a super important decision, and I really want to thank you for how considerate you've been in this process. I just want to preface my comments by sharing that during the planning board meeting, a supporter of the applicant was caught on a hot mic saying that he earned $100 or she may earn $100 for making her comment. I feel like this should be weighted when assessing the credibility of supporters of this project. I'd also like to shed some light on why the community so vehemently opposes this project and why it should be denied. Next slide, please. There is a vicious cycle that starts when a new student development comes into an owner-occupied neighborhood. Students move in and they party and drink. They bring disruption that can cause many homeowners to feel unsafe and unable to enjoy their homes. They sell their homes, move out, and make space for more students that like to party, and the cycle continues. By this process, some of Boulder's most treasured blocks and neighborhoods have been lost to party zones. Now, ultimately, these party zones can become legitimately unsafe for long-term residents, as we've seen in months past. Next slide, please. And there's a video if you could play it. There's audio, which is pretty powerful with this, but these are videos of the riots that happened just down the block. And when things get out of control and there are too many students and not enough people to counterbalance that, it can be pretty disruptive. If you guys were here during that time, it was legitimately frightening and felt legitimately unsafe as occupants. So there's a reason why the neighborhood is concerned about this. Next slide, please. So the neighborhood is rightfully worried that the Marpa House development will kick off this vicious cycle, and they have a reason to be concerned because the same disruptive behavior seen during the riot and seen across the hill is on full display at the applicant's other properties. Next slide. If you walk past the Aspen House or the Oak House, you'll see trash, broken bottles, and vomit in the front yard. And this is not on a special occasion. This is a regular thing. If you look on their decks, there'll be music blasting, there'll be parties and people playing drinking games every day of the week, which is hardly an environment that feels welcoming to families. Next slide. If you check police reports, you'll find noise violations, complaints of criminal mischief and sexual assault. And this is not an exaggeration. These are the real reports on just some of his properties with 25 or more complaints in a year. It's hardly an example of gleaming good management as the applicant suggested. Next slide. What's more, the applicant's own advertising perpetuates this party culture. These are screenshots taken from the applicant's Facebook page, which they use to attract renters. Image upon image shows kids smoking, partying on roofs, and drinking en masse. And there are many, many more photos like this that encourage this party culture. Would a family want to live in a home where this is being promoted? And furthermore, how can the neighborhood feel trusting of the applicant when he says he'll make a quiet apartment building, but then police logs in his own promotional material suggest otherwise? Next slide. Approving this project is incredibly dangerous for the neighborhood, which is why the community so vehemently opposes it. The best possible solution is outright denial of the project because it does not meet the use review criteria. It should be rejected. Next. If council will not reject the project, please add a condition to limit the number of student occupants to 25% of total residents. 25% is roughly the proportion of students that make up of students in Boulder at large. And if you could skip 2 slides to the end, I know time's running low. Okay, so in summary, two more slides. Given the importance of this decision and the devastating impacts of the project on the neighborhood and the many mistruths shared by the applicant, we request that you please reject this use review. If rejection is not feasible, please set clear limits on the number of student occupants at the property.
Thank you, Daniel.
25% is a fair number.
Thank you, Daniel. Your time is up. Appreciate it. With that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and return to council. I think I would suggest a 5-minute break. I see lots of nodding heads, so let's go just a bit more than 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 10 o'clock. Yes, Tom.
The rules provide for the applicant to be given 3 minutes at the end of the public hearing. You can do that either before or after your break.
I would love to do that after our break. That'd be great. Appreciate that, and see everyone at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 10 o'clock. Aaron, if we can see your face, we're ready to get going. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so Tom, to your point, I believe that the applicant has 3 minutes to respond to what they heard in public testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct, Sam.
Okay, great. Applicant, we are ready for you when you're ready.
Hello, Mayor. Jim Johnson on behalf of the applicant. Actually, I was on the initial slide with the applicant's presentation. So I represent the applicant, Mayor, and council members. Thanks for your time this evening. I know it's getting late, and I will make my comments maybe shorter than 3 minutes if I can. The first thing I wanted to just say was that I certainly understand the neighbors' concerns here. This is a change in what's there, and I don't think there's any doubt that it's going to feel different than the Marpa house has for the last many years. So, but I do want to state just unequivocally for the record that this project meets all of the relevant standards of approval. Those are all spelled out and discussed in detail in attachment C to the staff report that you have, and your staff found that this project met all of the relevant standards of approval, and your planning commission unanimously agreed with that. They imposed a number of conditions of approval, which are designed to ensure that the development is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. More conditions perhaps than have been imposed on any other similar project in the city. And I just wanted to, I guess, maybe reiterate that there is a building just across the alley that has 80 rental licenses. So this would be 48, and it's on the same block as one with 80. So I do think that should be viewed in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood, and not just all of the single family houses that are around there. So with respect to the historical occupancy numbers, there's been a lot of talk about whether it should be 50 or whether it should be 36, I believe. And I just wanted to point out here that I think the city is using the same process with respect to this application that it has used for all similarly situated applications. So even though you might disagree with the numbers and you may disagree with what's been there in the last 2 years or whatever, what the city is doing here, I think, is consistent with what they've done for other properties. The application does reduce the nonconformity by reducing the number of permitted occupants, and it does reduce the parking deficiency. I think if you look in the staff report, you'll see that the parking deficiency was actually larger than what's proposed here, larger than it was under the Marpa situation. The parking consultant did also say that there are 132, I believe the number was, off-street parking spaces available. So there are quite a few off-street parking spaces in the vicinity. I'd like to say also that this does provide housing, right? It does provide housing, and in a purely market analysis, more housing should reduce the price of housing. So the more units you provide, the overall price should go down. And in addition, I think you heard you'll be getting a substantial cash in lieu payment to further address the housing affordability issue in Boulder. So with that, I'd just like to urge you to approve the project and affirm the PC's findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And with that, I'll turn to council, see if you have any questions for the applicant. If not, I have one. So we were shown some screenshots of other properties, Mr. Johnson, that I believe that your company is part of. And I was curious where you think those screenshots came from. They had the logo of your company on it. Are those on a website that you maintain?
So just to be clear, this is Jim Johnson again. I am not an employee of the applicant. I am outside counsel for the
Great. Is there somebody on the,
is there someone? I think there is, yes, who can answer that question. It's my understanding from a quick conversation we had when we were in break that those pictures were actually not from the applicant's properties, but I can let him answer if he's on here.
Go ahead. Can you hear me now?
We can, yep.
Thank you. I'm unfamiliar with those pictures. There were a couple of pictures that appeared to be the outside of one of our buildings. but the pictures that appear to be attributed to a website or something else, I have no idea where those are from.
Okay, but it certainly
And,
does
and,
look.
and just to clarify, the video that was shown again has absolutely no association with our property whatsoever.
I am clear on that. Thank you for that. I was asking about the stills that were taken. One of them certainly did look like a picture of one that was in your presentation. So I was just curious if any of those pictures are part of your marketing.
Those are absolutely not part of our marketing whatsoever. Go to the website, MyBoulder. Yeah, MyBoulderRental.com has all the images that are used for marketing. They show the history of the properties, the restoration of the properties, and the properties as they sit today. And we'd also be happy to offer a tour of any of the properties to any of you on council anytime you wish.
Thank you very much for that. Council, any other questions for the applicant? Great. Seeing none, Tom, I'm going to bring this back to council for beginning discussions. Could you please remind us once again what our decision needs to be based on in this quasi-judicial setting?
Yes, it should be based on the criteria in the code, which are reviewed in the staff memorandum.
Great, thank you. And with that reminder, I'll turn to council for any thoughts. Okay, first we got Adam and then Mark. Adam.
I got some further thoughts, but I had some clarification on the question you asked, Sam. It looks like those pictures, some of them were sourced from My Boulder Rentals Facebook, official Facebook page. So I can verify I found one of the pictures that was in that presentation on their official Facebook page. That's obviously not their marketing material, but
okay.
That's what it is.
Thank you.
Can you click raise the hand?
No. I'm sorry to the applicant. We're done with input on your side. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adam and Mark.
Hey, not to bury the lead, I am going to be in opposition to this application, and now I will explain why. Section 910(1) of the Boulder Revised Code permits non-conforming uses, quote, to be changed and upgraded without requiring their elimination if the change would not substantially adversely affect the surrounding area. This project does not meet that test, as it will contribute to the further deterioration of the hill in terms of both density and noise and trash. I'm sorry, that's simply my judgment based on common sense and the experience of conditions that exist on the hill. And I'm actually quite stunned that one of the responses of staff to the claim that, to justify the claim that the project will have no adverse impact on the surrounding area was that, quote, changes proposed to the outside of the building and to the site would enhance the character of the site and the surrounding area, unquote. That seems to be it. And that is pretty thin rule in terms of justifying the fact that this project will have no adverse impacts. Second, for a dose of reality, I think that the conditions of the Good Neighbor Agreement will be both unenforced and unenforceable. I don't know anybody who can seriously believe that college students are going to turn off amplified music before 10 and 11 o'clock. I don't know what in the long history of the behaviors of college students would make anyone think that. And as always, this complaint-based system is going to expose neighbors to retaliation that they are currently experiencing when they make complaints, and I think will result in little enforcement. And somebody earlier made the claim that the city could step in and enforce this agreement if necessary. I think that argument is specious. We have statutes on the books relating to noise, trash, and other behaviors on the hill, which are barely enforced at all. And one visit to the hill will tell you that. I think the solution here is not to draft better language for the agreement, but to find the use of the property that does not require it. I I do support the renovation of the building. I think everybody does. And I certainly don't oppose redevelopment of this building, but I do oppose this application and this configuration of units, which are guaranteed to house only students. I doubt there will be any faculty, graduate students, or anyone with a family and inhabiting these units. I think it's going to exacerbate difficult conditions already prevalent on the Hill and badly damage the adjacent neighborhood. I would urge the applicant to reconfigure the project as something other than a pure college dorm. I think there are many ways this project can be redeveloped in a manner that will protect the applicant's investment, but not this one. I think this is inappropriate. It doesn't work for the surrounding area. And I am going to enthusiastically vote no when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Other council members? All right, well, we are going to have to take a vote, and we are going to have to either talk about why we're going to support it or why we're not. So I would invite council members to weigh in here. Mirabai?
Thanks, Sam. I'll just, as it's getting late, I'll make it simple. I think Mark laid out very well the same reasons that I will not be supporting this project. I think when this, I get, Tom, that this is not, this is just my rationale on top of the actual criteria. But when this number of neighbors that are actual property owners, which is for me who I'm looking to support because they have a massive investment in this neighborhood, being a relatively young property owner myself, and using all of my available funds to originally purchase my home, that's a really scary thing. And when you're talking about the values that exist in Boulder, to have that in the balance be affected is a major deal. And so I think that there are projects that have happened in Boulder that have gotten sign off by neighbors, and there's been great neighborhood agreements, specifically some of the young people's home that happened over around Pearl Street Mall. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the project right now, where the neighbors were really up in arms, but then they started working with the project and they came up with a really good neighborhood agreement. And it sounds like it's gone quite flawlessly since. When we've had 2 years of working on this and the neighbors this upset, to me, it sounds like there's some major problems beyond what's being shown here. So again, based on the actual legitimate remarks that Mark was stating, I will be voting no, but just for, again, I think working with the neighbors, it's sad to see that what they've been asking for and their cries have not been heard. So I would like to support that as well. So.
Thank you, Mirabai. I've got Mary and then Aaron. Mary?
So for many years, we've been hearing about how the University Hill has been slowly been seeing a conversion of homes occupied by family units to rentals occupied by students, which has increased the noise levels and slowly but surely. And so I remember this being a big issue with our former council colleague, Andrew Shoemaker. So there's a couple of things that I would like to put on the table that I think could make a huge difference. One of them is to consider the proposal that was made by one of our former colleagues, Jan Burton, about the extending the quiet hours to be essentially all the time. That was one of the things that, as I read through the packet, the quiet hours weren't really that different from the quiet hours that we see all over town, really. So That's one thing that I would like to put on the table. The other thing I would like us to explore, if Tom thinks this is a viable way to go, and that would be to use the one single address for enforcement purposes. I understand from the earlier questioning that would require an ordinance change, or at least a special ordinance. So, so I would like us to explore those two things, and that's what I'm putting on the table for now.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. Aaron.
Well, I do think that broadly speaking, the project is meeting the criteria. I think the planning board worked really hard on this. They had a couple of meetings. They added in many conditions, some of which are quite strict. And I think with the addition of those, I think they got to something that would mitigate the the potential impacts from the property. I do want to remind folks that we did do a landmarking of this property not that long ago. I think not at the owner's request, right? It was so we imposed kind of limitations on the property just to preserve it in its current form. So getting something that would renovate it and improve it, I think within it while staying landmarked and preserving its historical character would be great. We do need housing in this town, and students need housing as well as older folks. So I think the question is not, I mean, I hear people's concerns, and I know that on average, younger people may tend to be a little louder than older people, but people of all ages need housing, including students. So I think the key is to mitigate, kind of make sure that the operating characteristics and the good neighbor agreement and such like that prevent the property from having an outsized impact on its neighbors. So I'm happy if it's the will of council to move forward with considering an approval. I'm happy to talk about conditions that we might additionally consider. I would just say I would look for them to not be discriminatory to the property or to the potential future occupants. So like expanded quiet hours seems like a reasonable thing to talk about, but there's no property in this city that's required to be quiet all day long. And that feels a little discriminatory to me. But I'm happy to, if council's interested, talk about potential conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. We've got Bob, and then I'm going to go. Bob.
Well, like Mary and like Aaron, I would like to have a discussion around additional conditions in addition to the 24 conditions that planning board put out. I think the two that Mary suggested are a good place to start. I do have a question, I guess for staff, because I'm not exactly sure what quiet hours means. So does that mean that you can be as loud as you want in the non-quiet hours, or are there like quiet and really quiet? Like what's the definition of quiet hours? What can one not do during quiet hours that one can do during quiet hours? Does anybody know? Or non-quiet hours?
I think oh,
go ahead,
I was just going to say, we tried to be pretty descriptive in the conditions to remove some of that discretion. So I think we were just talking about what normal conversational speech is, as opposed to actually listing decibel levels.
Okay, but I guess I don't. So Mary made a proposal, which sounds reasonable, and the good neighbor agreement that's on the table has a different proposal, and I'm just trying to understand the difference between those two. So what's the difference between 24-hour quiet, not disturbing your neighbors, versus certain hours at night, not disturbing your neighbors? But does that mean you can disturb your neighbors during the day? I mean, there must be, when you put a descriptor on something, it means it's distinguishing it from the other thing. So I would like somebody to tell me what's the difference between A and B.
So Bob, I took a look at the code while you were asking the question, which is why I delayed. If you take a look at section 595, disrupting quiet enjoyment, that's kind of the base standard for the city as a whole. It says no person shall engage in or be responsible for a conduct which is so loud that it materially interferes with or disrupts another individual in the conduct of activities at such individual's home. And then there's a further definition later on that says that whether or not noise is so loud that it materially interferes with or disrupts shall be measured against the objective standard of a reasonable person of normal sensitivity.
Okay, so is that the quiet hour standard or the noisy hour standard?
That is the quiet hour standard.
So
That is the standard for the whole city all the time.
Okay, and so that's what the applicant is agreeing, that a few hours a night they will comply with the law.
No, I'm sorry, I must have said it wrong. That is the noisy hours standard. That's the standard that applies regardless of any agreement anywhere.
Okay, then what's the quiet hour standard?
It's whatever's in the agreement. I'm not familiar with that. Sloan talked about it. We can pull it up for you.
Right, so the underlying code speaks to the hours of 11 p.m. through 7 a.m., 7 days a week. The conditions themselves are from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then 11 p.m. through 8 a.m. Friday and Saturday. So there's a little bit of an extension on each side, depending on the day.
So I got the hours part. I'm just trying to understand the difference between Tom, I think described, I think if I understand correctly, he read the code, and that's, we'll call those the noisy hours. What's the definition of quiet hours during those timeframes you just mentioned, Sloan? What's the definition of that?
Let me just share my screen. Hang on a second.
How much quieter than noisy?
So rather than quantify it, the intent was to be a little bit more descriptive about what exactly could be allowed or not allowed. So that's what the language in the conditions was intended.
How is this language different than the code that Tom just read?
Pretty much the same.
Okay, that's the answer that I thought it was. Okay, so I agree with Mary then. Why don't we just have the code that says you can't annoy people, apply 24 hours a day. In other words, I can't believe the applicants want to reserve the right to annoy people during certain times of day. So if both this language and the code say the same thing, which is don't be annoying, then why don't we say don't be annoying all the time rather than don't be annoying at certain hours, and reserving the right to be annoying.
Preventing you from doing that, Bob.
Okay, so that'd be one. So I agree with Mary, and I also agree with Mary on the and I raised it earlier in the questions. I did not get a good answer from the applicant why it would not accept this as a single address. I mean, they're either going to comply with the rules or not, and I wouldn't want them to play the game. Or, well, that was apartment A that violated this rule, and this is apartment D now that violated that rule. I look at this property as a whole. It's always been a whole property when it was a fraternity and as Marfa House. So I don't see why the applicant should get 16 opportunities to violate now that they're breaking this into 16 different units. So I support both of Mary's changes, and I think those would be a step in the right direction. I would hope that the applicant would agree to that. Sounds like they won't. I would ask them to reconsider that right now, because if they don't, we're going to have to go out and pass a special ordinance or deny this application, and neither one of those are really great outcomes. So I would ask the applicant to reflect on that over the next few minutes. That's all I have right now.
Sam, can I colloquy on the noise question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so Bob, thanks for trying to get that to ground, but I'm still a little confused. Because Sloan, the things that you were putting up there seem to have a couple of additional rules in addition to city code. Like, I'm having a hard time kind of believing that quiet hours really just means following typical city rules, and the rest of the hours you don't have to follow city rules. There's got to be something extra required during quiet hours, and it looked like maybe amplified music. You threw it up there and then took it down pretty quick, if you don't mind. So like the B1, that looks like our typical city code, but 2 and 3 look like they're additional to city code. Is that right, or is there something else going on?
I think that was the intent, was to be more descriptive, i.e. more restrictive in what would be allowable. I think the intent is around the same. Again, I think the conditions were written to allow for enforceability. So that would be an easy thing to enforce upon if there's amplification devices outside or facing the outdoors.
Yeah,
So-
or actually, as I'm reading this, actually number 2 is it's not just amplify, it's generate any sound louder than normal conversational speech. So that looks like it's saying that you can't produce a sound louder than normal conversational speech. Do I have that right?
Yep, that's correct. Mhm.
Okay, so that's really very significantly more restrictive than the overall city code, right, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's important to clarify that is significantly more restrictive than regular city code. So I'm fine proposing expanded quiet hours, but I feel like other people don't have to keep noise down to conversational speech at their property 24 hours a day, and that would be unfair.
I have a question, kind of a colloquy on this. I do know that throughout the city, that if you have a noise complaint, like on a Friday night, there's a party, that there is no enforcement that happens until after 11. And for that matter, any night that the noise, whatever it might be, can continue until 11. And then after 11, it's enforceable, whatever it is that is getting enforced.
So Mary, there's 2 different provisions of the code. I was referring to section 595, which is disrupting quiet enjoyment. The section 593 is exceeding decibel sound levels, which has different sound levels in different zone districts for different times of the day. One of them is the maximum number of decibels permitted from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. of the same day. And then there's another one permitted from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. And so in a residential district, you can't go above 50 decibels between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Thank you, Tom. That's the one I'm familiar with in a.
And because it's clearer, we prefer to charge under 593 rather than 595. It's easier to prove a decibel level than what a reasonable objective person would be upset by.
And is that how the law is enforced? Do they go out with a decibel meter?
Generally, yes. Although I don't know that we have all that many decibel meters.
Okay, and how does that compare to enforcing on 595, which sounds like what the condition was written under to comply with?
595, the challenge we usually have is finding a complainant who will testify that the noise, it's not a subjective standard, but we need to show an objectively reasonable person. And I believe there's a section there that says it can't be a police officer. So we have to have a witness, and generally people, for reasons that people have discussed, are reluctant to be witnesses against their neighbors.
Okay, so now my question goes over to Sloan. And Sloan, it sounds like those conditions that you flashed up on the screen were written to comply with section 595.
I think to an extent, I think the intent was to provide more enforceability on 595.
So if the intent is to provide more enforceability, why was measuring decibels disregarded? I think that's what you said, is you didn't want to use decibels. So if the intent is enforceability, and enforceability can occur more easily with an objective meter that you measure the sound with, why was there a resistance to use that standard and go with a more kind of subjective objectivity?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't recall. I think that there's its own issues with just measuring decibels. There's some fluctuations. I know that the enforcement staff struggles with that in its own right, but I think that's definitely an option.
And I know, Mary, from my own experience working with Chautauqua and complaints about the noise coming from the auditorium, decibel levels are very difficult to keep below 50. 50 is normal conversation.
Yep.
So it's a pretty tough standard, and I think our enforcement folks can be challenged trying to justify enforcing.
Mary, would it be okay if I jumped in with a thought here? I love where you're going with the decibels, but I do think that in the planning board conditions on noise under quiet hours, a couple of things that are added are the amplification bit. So that's objective in the sense that if somebody takes a picture of a speaker in a window pointed outwards, you're pretty clear that there was a amplification, in that way. And I think what Aaron brought up about generating any sound louder than normal conversational speech. An example would be fireworks, right? They're probably illegal on their own, but the noise itself would be that. So it's my guess that the conditions 2 and 3 that Aaron pointed out from the planning board are an attempt to add objectivity to that reasonable person standard. I also agree with you that as an engineer, I prefer something measurable with a number on it to that. But at least I think the amplification bit was to get some objectivity about it.
Great, thanks.
So Junie, I was going to go next. Do you want to go ahead and jump in?
Sure. I do support the project. I think it will offer the opportunity to house people in our community. And I understand some of the comments made by community members about affordability, but nonetheless, I think we need housing. Students need housing and other members of the community needs housing. So I support it. Now, my only challenge and I also, with Mary's idea of extending the quiet hours, and I think that's where planning board condition 4 somehow for me is not, these two things are too different. They're in contrast, extending the quiet hours and also because planning board condition number 4 is about just quiet hours for a certain period. And if we extend it to 24 hours, to me, I just don't understand how can we say to someone, for instance, in number 2, amplify or generate other than human voice, any sound louder than normal conversation speech. Well, you mentioned firework. How about a dog? You mentioned objectivity. I don't think that's objective, actually. I think that's very subjective and discretionary. And place an amplification device outdoors or windows with sound directed outside. What if you just want to be on your porch and you just want to listen to music? So I just think these number 2 and number 3, to add that as part of an extension or 24 hours, I just think that's just simply oppressive. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. And I wonder, is this something that's going to be applied to all the housing in the community? Because if it's not, I just think it's slightly harsh. And it goes back to what, Aaron mentioned earlier. It feels discriminatory in a way.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go with my thoughts here. I think that by the criteria, this application qualifies as an extension of a non-conforming use. So I believe that it's incumbent to approve this, but I think it's also incumbent to get the conditions right. So there were lots of myths that we heard tonight from various sides about various things. But one thing that is not a myth is that it's very likely that based on the reconfiguration of the units that it's going to be appealing to students. And so I think it is fairly clear that there'll be lots of students who are attracted to the layout and the configuration. And if we look at the other properties that this company is part of, it's clear that they are intended for students. And if there's a certain threshold of student occupancy, it's going to be much, much less attractive to families. So I think that's something to just be honest about, that this while it is a non-conforming use and it is an extension of a non-conforming use, and so it does make it different than the entire rest of the community, because this is a boarding house that's going to be a student dorm in the middle of a single family neighborhood. If we're being honest about that, then it is sensible to make sure that the amount of nonconformity does not increase. So I think that's addressed with the 48 people, and that the standard that Mark Wallach put out is also addressed, that it not have detrimental impacts on the surrounding neighborhood as a consequence of extending the non-conforming use. So with that in mind, I support both of the conditions that Mary put out in principle, meaning one, that we use a single address for enforcement, whatever we need to do to make that so. I think we need to make it so on this property, because I don't see trying to go figure out which bedroom within which apartment is the one that's causing the problem if it's chronic. So I'm going to focus on getting the conditions right. On the quiet hours, I don't know that 24/7 quiet hours is going to make sense. I mean, what about the leaf blowers that are going to be used on the property? We'd love to ban those. Then what about the lawn mowers, or what about whatnot? We have to acknowledge that, this is a property that will be lived in by human beings and is going to be maintained by human beings and is going to generate noise as a result of that. However, outside of commonly accepted hours where people are busy and noisier than usual, we should expect a very good compliance with any of the good neighbor rules that we establish. So we should make them enforceable, because the neighbors should be able to call and get enforcement of whatever is being agreed to here. It looks to me like, this will be a good project in the sense of it's landmarked. It looks like if what the developer proposes, they follow through with. It looks like it will be a good preservation of a good building, a nice building with lots of good history behind it. I also think that planning board worked really hard to put some conditions around areas of impact. We should deal with those. But we do live in a college town, right? And so, part of that is we house students in our town. And so we should not discriminate against students. So, the developer has laid this out to be appealing to students. Students will live here. It is non-conforming. And so we need to make sure that if we approve this, that we do the best we can to protect the neighbors from living next to a noisy or trash-filled student dorm. So with that said, that's kind of where I am, that we need to move ahead, talk about conditions, but I'd like to hear from everyone else so that we get a sense of whether we can focus on that and move forward, or whether we need to do a straw poll to see if we even want to work on it. I've got 2 no's. I've got, by my count, at least 4, 5 interested in conditions. And I think the only one that we haven't heard from on that subject is you, Adam. So that's my stepping off point, is that I think it meets the criteria. Therefore, in a quasi-judicial sense, we need to approve it. And at the same time, it has potential for being disruptive, and we need to make sure that is not so. So with that, Adam, I'll invite, would you like to reject, condition, approve? Where are you leaning on this?
I'm definitely on condition, and pretty heavily on condition as well. I didn't realize that you could pick your neighbors to some degree in the state of Colorado. That's pretty interesting idea as far as limiting the amount of students in a given space. But that may be even a bit too aggressive. I'm not sure if anyone else had any inkling towards that idea. But I would love to hear anyone's insight or input on that as well.
Great. So I'm just going to take that as another condition to explore with the group, which is demographic limitations of some kind. Mark?
Yeah, I would say demographic limitations, or creating a diversity of uses of the residential units, some for students and some for faculty and some for graduate students could well change my view of this project. I think it would be an excellent suggestion. And frankly, I think a lot of what I think is the mythical enforcement of the good neighbor agreement would take place by neighbors within the building, who are going to be a little bit less receptive to noisy parties or other inappropriate behavior because they live there. And so that condition, if we were to be able to apply it, would greatly impact my view of the project.
Super. Thank you, Mark. Mary?
I have a question. I don't know if anyone from housing is on the call, but I know that one of the efforts that housing has been putting out there in new developments is to have the management accept vouchers. So I'm wondering if that conversation has been had and what the outcome of that conversation was, and if that has not occurred, what kind of openness there might be for accepting vouchers. I'm not sure that we can include that as a condition. So I guess that one is a question for Tom.
So Tom, I think the question was, can we require vouchers to be accepted by the landlord as a condition of approval?
Yeah, I don't remember. Mary, we looked at this for mobile home parks a while ago, and I'm just not remembering my research. Give me a few minutes and let me take a look at it and see if I can come up with what the law is on the requiring section, the landlords accept Section 8 vouchers. I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Sloan, maybe perhaps you were going to talk about whether or not the conversation was had.
I was just going to pipe in that as far as I'm aware, that conversation did not occur. I think they were relying on the code of how they were going to meet inclusionary housing.
Right, thank you. And my rationale around bringing this up is that if you accept vouchers, it would likely add some diversity to the residential makeup of the building.
Okay, so here's what I'm tracking at the moment. We have 2 who are inclined to no, and the remainder of us, that's 6, are inclined to condition or approve. And so I think we're focused on discussing conditions at this point. I have 4 that I've been tracking. One's 24/7 quiet hours, single address for enforcement, demographic limitations, and require accepting vouchers as 4 to talk about. If we're going to focus on these, why don't we start just down the list? Is there anyone that people would like to talk about first? If there is, kick us off. Otherwise, we'll just go down the list. Great. Seeing no hands. 24/7 quiet hours, or I'll just say it more broadly, what can we do about noise on the site, given that there will probably be a lot of students here as part of it? So anyone, we have the planning board conditions. Mary, do you want to talk about what you're hoping for out of this?
Yeah, so I totally get the points that you brought up, Sam, about all of these just being human kinds of noises that would occur at other hours that would make a 24-hour quiet hour requirement unreasonable. So if we can come up with well, 2 things. One is earlier hours, an earlier hour than the one in the planning board condition. And yeah, I'm open to whatever anyone proposes. I believe the planning board was 10 to 8 on weeknights.
It was 10 to 7 Sunday through Thursday, and 11 to 8 Friday and Saturday.
Okay, so to perhaps extend it on the weekends to make it earlier, and then perhaps as well on the Monday through Thursday. So that's one thing. And then the other component of it is the using an objective standard. And I understand that the 50 decibel level is about the level of just conversational speech. So perhaps we could make it to the level of something like, I don't know, some decibel level that is higher than the conversational speech. So I don't know what that would be, but that's kind of where I am right now. So I'm open to suggestions.
So riffing on your ideas, I'll throw out there 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. quiet hours every day of the week. Super simple, doesn't change for the weekend. And you know, the point is, if you want to party at that location, party indoors. Otherwise, go visit downtown or some of the places on the hill. So that's an idea. I'll just punt it out there. 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. quiet hours. That's 50 decibels at the property line. Keep the other, I think keeping at least 2 and 3 of the planning board conditions on this, no amplification, you know, during quiet hours, which is when that is, and amplification devices can't be outdoors or in windows. And if we have that from 8 p.m. till 8 a.m., to me, that covers most of the sensitive time when people are trying to have peaceful enjoyment of their homes. So I'll just kick that out. Hang on 1 second so I get the order right. I see 2 hands, Aaron and then Mark.
Well, I'll just counter with maybe a 10 p.m. And in terms of the start time. I just know that like I in my neighborhood, you hear people making a little noise at 8:30. That's a little more than conversational speech. It's 8 a.m. 8 p.m. seems awfully early to impose a quiet hour, but you could pull it down to 10 maybe. And the other thing,
it's already at 10 for what it's worth. 10 to 7 is the current.
Not on the weekends. It's not. It's 11.
Just on the weekend. Okay.
You could pull that. You could pull that into 10. And just the other thing is during the week, people may need to get up and get going for work and school purposes that may involve like slamming your front door or on your way out the door. So life does start.
Okay, so
I care less about that one. It just seems 8 p.m. seems unreasonable or unfair.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the 8 to 8 on exactly the theory that you have advanced, Sam. Not every location has to be a party location, and perhaps this is one that ought not to be, given the number of units and the number of people. And if you want to party, do it indoors or do it elsewhere. I think that's a choice that people can make. And if they want to party, that they may not want to live in this particular property. So I think your formulation works, and I think the theory behind it is good. So I would be very supportive of that.
Bob.
I think we've heard arguments on both sides of 2 competing alternative, Sam's and Aaron's. So I was just going to suggest that we straw poll on each one of these 3 or 4 conditions so we can kind of put them to bed one at a time so that we can go to bed.
Okay, I'm good with that. So one is mine, which is 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., 7 days a week, quiet hours. And then the one advanced by Aaron is what it currently is, Sunday through Thursday, 10 to 7. And then I think, Aaron, you said we'll go from 10 p.m. till 8 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Is that correct?
That was mine.
Okay, so we have 2. You can vote for Aaron's, you can vote for mine, or you can abstain if you'd like. But if we're trying to make progress, I'd suggest you vote. So 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., raise your hand if you're interested in that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we got 6. So we're gonna call that one good. All right, thank you everyone for that. Let's go single address for enforcement. So Tom, I'm going to turn to you. I did not understand the concern with this one legally, so would you mind restating it?
Sure. I was trying to find out, maybe I'll come up with it, but there is an ordinance that says that staff gets to determine whether or not to apply a nuisance case against the entire building or a single unit. You would be saying that discretion disappears in the case of this application. You can't really do that through the application. I was thinking you probably could make a motion directing the city manager to, or I'd prefer if there was an exception to the code. You see what you're basically doing is you're amending the code in an application condition, and you can't really do that. So I was struggling with how you can do it, preferably tonight, in a way that's defensible.
Could we do it as a condition? You know, just as a condition, one of the conditions is that section XYZ of the code will be interpreted such that it is enforced against a single address.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that because you're basically changing the code.
No, we're saying for this property, it's a condition that the code's interpreted that way.
I guess you can do that. Yes.
Bob?
I wanted to ask the applicant one more time if they'll be willing to do this so we don't have to go through all these imaginations. We're going to end up in the same place, so we can do it the hard way or the easy way. So I'm asking the applicant if they'll do it the easy way and just stipulate to this.
Applicant, if you got a representative who can speak up, that'd be great. I expected talking about it.
I have, and Joe, I will go ahead and unmute your account. I'm not sure if Jim Johnson would prefer to speak. Jim, I'm seeing your hand, so I'm gonna unmute you. Jim, you're able to unmute yourself.
Okay, there I am. Thank you. I was desperately trying to push a button here. Yes, we would. We are fine with that condition and the one you said before as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So
can I answer Mary's question now?
Sure, go ahead.
So in 2018, you passed an ordinance that prohibited discrimination based on source of income. That's what I was remembering. So it's already illegal to discriminate based on source of income. Now, whether you can say a percentage of the units have to be Section 8, that's going a little further. I remember when we did that research, I was a little uncomfortable, excuse me, with making it housing discrimination to deny. So I think we're on the line there, but you certainly can say they can't turn down anybody because that's already the law in the city of Boulder.
Thank you, Tom.
Awesome. And that was my recollection as well, Tom, but I wasn't sure if it meant that they had to accept vouchers. But if that's what it means, that deals with one of our conditions that we're talking about because it's already the law. So
that's absolutely what it means. That was
okay. Super. And so by my tracking, we have one more condition we've been discussing, which is demographic requirements, I guess, demographic limits. So I'd invite folks to speak about that. Bob.
While I understand the appeal of this one, I'm uncomfortable. I'm not the city's lawyer, and we will take advice from Tom. But I just, as a former lawyer, I'm uncomfortable regulating who may live where. We have federal laws on this. There's state laws on this. And while any limitation may well survive, I don't want to end up in litigation over whether it was appropriate or not, even if we're ultimately going to win. It feels a little. I'm going to quote Junie on this one. That feels a little draconian to me to tell a landlord who he may or may not rent property to. So I'm not going to support that one.
And Bob, to clarify, what I said was there's no case law that says you can't do it. There's been equal protection challenges, and you would have an equal protection problem. Whether it would survive is up to the courts.
Yep.
My preference would be that you don't do it because it makes my life easier, but your job is not to make my life easier.
Your life easier for 5 weeks?
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah, this was one I was just interested in learning more about and seeing where people were at. Not necessarily wanting to support it. I just, it was an interesting concept. But if we are putting enough things in place here that will make these units only attractive to people who are going to live in a non-disruptive way, then I don't think there's a whole lot of use behind it. So I don't know that many college students that don't want to be noisy after 8 p.m. That doesn't tend to happen a whole lot. So we'll see where the rest of the conversation goes. Also, were we going to straw poll on the single unit versus 16 unit question?
We certainly are. So Mary and Mirabai, would you like to comment before we straw poll on the single address?
My hand is raised for a different question.
Okay, and Mirabai, do you have any comments before we move forward on the straw poll for single address enforcement? No, Aaron, you?
Well, I just think it's a good idea. So I'm glad we're moving forward on that one in a sense. I appreciate it.
Okay, so the applicants accepted it. Tom has said we have a way to craft it. Is there anyone on council who does not want to condition approval on a single address for enforcement? Let me know, raise your hand. Seeing none, I'd say that's an 8-0 straw poll. And then we are on to this demographic question. And next I have Mary and Mirabai.
This is not about the demographic question. This is about the Section 8 question. So if we want to just finish with the demographic one, or
no, just go ahead and throw it out there.
Okay,
Tom might need to work on it.
So a question for Tom. Okay, so we've established that they cannot deny anyone with Section 8. Can we, as a condition of approval, include that their marketing materials will say Section 8 vouchers accepted?
Yes.
So I would like to add that as a potential condition.
All you're saying is they'll comply with the law.
And that they'll advertise that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mary. I've got that one. Appreciate it. Mirabai and then Mark.
Mine's not on the topic either. It's just, I guess, a question, and I'm not sure how to phrase it in terms of making it a condition. But I guess the question is, if this project gets approved with all these conditions and it turns out beautifully and the residents join in with the fabric of the neighborhood with no problem, great. But I guess the question is there a way to put it on a condition of like, and I don't know how you could do this because it would already be moving forward because we'd vote yes, to do a 6-month or 1 year check-in? I mean, I guess the question becomes, if the rules we're putting in place work, fantastic, but what happens in a year and they've had 50 calls to the police because of noise or whatever the case is? I mean, is there a way to check in with the neighbors to see if there's something else that can be done to protect that if it's an issue? I just put that out there. I have no idea. I don't know how to phrase it as a condition.
So could it be part of the good neighbor agreement and just say that periodically, whatever, 6 months or whatever, there will be a check-in?
Yeah, so I guess something like that. Just, I think it would be good, to me, communication continued past the initial point would be beneficial to make sure that things are working out on both sides. Because maybe if it's super quiet, maybe the quiet hours could lift and become, more normal. I don't know, maybe if things were, working out beautifully.
So Mirabai, I'll follow up and ask the planners. We had a bunch of good neighbor agreements for tension homes, and we got a report after, I believe, 6 months or a year, I forget how long it was, about how things were going. What triggered that and how did that work?
You know, Sam, it's a good question. I remember that. I'd have to go back and look at the exact language in the approval, but I think it was simply we agreed on a threshold of time and put it on the calendar and made sure that we checked in with the applicant and came back to council. It's a bit difficult for us to track, but we could certainly do it in this case if it was something that council was interested in.
Super, thanks. That's very helpful. And I've got a note on that check in, and we'll come back to that. Mark, what's on your mind?
No, I just wanted to make a further comment on some kind of demographic balance within this project. Even though Adam may not be entirely enthusiastic about it, I thought it was a great suggestion. We talk all the time about housing for families, housing for graduate students. We're doing an entire project in CU South trying to house faculty and graduate students. Here is an opportunity to provide some of that housing. And I think that balance would really ameliorate the sensitivity of the community towards this project. And the opportunity is there, and I wish we would take it. Not in a way that's punitive to the applicant, but in a way that creates some portion of the project reserved for undergraduates, some portion of which would be reserved for faculty, maybe some portion reserved for graduate students and or with families. I just think that's an opportunity that we're missing for housing diversity, instead of just shoving as many students as we can into these 3-bedroom units. So despite the fact that Adam has a little bit walked back his support for the idea, I thought it was a great idea and I would like to support it.
Super. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting, please?
So moved.
Second, anyone? I'll second. Second. So anyone opposed to continuing our meeting? Not seeing one. Mark, you can always have a protest vote if you want.
This is our job.
So that passes. So we're going to continue the meeting. Aaron.
Okay, I only barely voted in favor of continuing the meeting. I'm late. Well, I want to say just on the demographic thing, I thought Bob's legal analysis was spot on, and also just that I'm really uncomfortable with us as a council and government picking and choosing who gets to live in what buildings. I think that's whether it's age or on other characteristics. I think it's too intrusive, and we should let the people that want to live there, as long as the operating characteristics of the building appeal to them and they are willing to live by them.
I'm going to jump in on this and say, first thing, Aaron, I didn't know you were a libertarian. That's awesome. And then second, I fully agree that I don't think we should be dictating who lives where based on any kind of family status in that sense of, because it changes, right? And so the other thing I'll have to say about it is, again, given the layout, given the fact that it's probably going to be super appealing to students, if there's a critical mass of, say, undergraduate students in there, that's who's going to most probably want to live there, and it's going to be far less appealing to, say, families with children. So I'm not in favor of any demographic limitations. To me, it's much more important that we get the impact issues correct, because I think the way it's going to be laid out is going to be most appealing to undergraduate students, to be quite honest. So why don't we do a straw poll on demographics to see if we should pursue this any further? Who would like to continue working on a condition to specify demographics in this property? Raise your hand. I've got one. Okay, I only see one, so I don't think we're going to keep working on demographics. I think we've settled quiet hours, single address. The two we have left are Mary's idea about marketing materials indicating acceptance of vouchers, and another condition about a check-in, which I believe we did effectively with Attention Homes. So let's start with the first one. Marketing materials to indicate that vouchers will be accepted per the laws in Boulder. Does anyone object to that? I'm seeing no, so we'll call that an 8-0 on that, Mary. And then a check-in at 1 year. And I think if we do this, I'm going to suggest that we have a few reporting requirements at that year. So could be things like police calls to the location, noise complaints. We could figure out whatever would be relevant at that year. Let's just do a quick straw poll. Who's interested in continuing speaking about a check-in at 1 year? I am. 1, 2, 3. Looks like almost everybody. So we want to have a 1 year check-in. Anyone want to suggest anything as far as criteria goes or what we should be looking at? Junie.
Well, I'm not sure if Mary Bai was going to respond to, what I heard from Mary Bai as well was as part of the check-in to see if we would want to lift some of the restrictions.
Mary Bai?
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. So, you know, depending on, I mean, some of the criteria I would say would be noise complaints, police visits. I don't really know what else is used to calculate the problems that they're having on the Hill with other large occupancy units, but I guess kind of maybe the, you know, staff or our police might know that better, and they could help guide what those criteria would be. But then again, if it's very low and based on what the neighbors were, you know, discussing, so if the neighbors felt like things had been working out really well, that it could be open to, yeah, maybe going back to the normal time quiet hours rather than the more restrictive ones. So again, I think it needs to go both ways to be fair. But again, I think we also have to have a very specific group of criteria that will then help guide that discussion as to which way it would go.
Mark?
My question is, are we empowered to unilaterally change the good neighbor agreement in either direction? If we decide we want to lift the restrictions on quiet hours, I'm sure that would be accepted. But if there were 50 noise complaints, would we have the right to unilaterally change the conditions in another direction? What's our remedy if we have
I don't think you can do that. Once you've approved it with conditions, you can't impose greater conditions later.
So the check-in is essentially a report to say whether we were wise or not wise in terms of agreeing to this set of conditions.
It could be used as a learning experience for council and staff.
Well, that to me is a little bit problematic.
Well, I call it useless, so we have to do better than that. Bob?
Well, I want to continue this because Tom, there must be some consequences. Forget about changes. What are the consequences for violating the good neighbor agreement?
So we could, I guess, revoke the approval if they violated the conditions of the approval. That's different than trying to impose new conditions.
Well, we can talk about that too, but that's we have to have some remedy. Otherwise, as Sam said, the agreement's worthless. And as Mark's observed, once we have a remedy, then we effectively do have the leverage, I'll use that word, to either lighten the restrictions or clamp down on the restrictions, because the alternative consequences would be dire. So
I hear you asking two different questions. One question: what happens if they breach the conditions in the agreement? That's a violation of the agreement. What happens if we're not happy with the way the conditions are functioning and we want to impose additional conditions? I don't think you can do that.
No, I agree with you. It's got to be objective. So I'm just asking what I think with the question Mark asked, which is what happens if the agreement is objectively violated?
If I can colloquy for a second, can their rental license be at risk?
I'd have to go back. I have to go back and look at Chapter 10 and see what there are criteria under which you can revoke a rental license. I just don't remember if that's one of them off the top of my head.
May I colloquy on this? How could we use the condition itself to move the, for instance, the quiet hours one way or the other? Could we write the condition in a way that says after a year, if X, then we would lift the quiet hours, after a year if why, then we would make them more restrictive. I mean, could we write the condition in that way?
Let's go down the list. Mirabai and Bob.
Well, and again, I mean, but then remember that time moves on. So what happens if you get a quiet bunch this year and a noisy bunch next year? So to tack on to Mary, could it even be conditioned on if you remain under 5 noise complaints in the year, you know, you can have the leniency, but if you go above 5 noise complaints for the year, it's gone. I don't know, because they could maybe have the good neighbor meeting once a year to recheck in every year and see how that works. Again, I'm just throwing some thoughts out there because I know the sound is the issue, I guess. But again, it goes deeper than the noise, right? I mean, it goes into the parking issue. It goes into how bad the neighborhood is being affected by multiple different topics of this. So, but I know that we're on the noise right now. So again, maybe it's just something every year that they check in and there's a level of noise complaints that if they're under or over, it stays restricted. It stays restrictive or is not restrictive.
Bob.
I'd be, as Mary just observed, it's much broader than noise. I'd be reluctant, Mary, to start put together a formula. But Tom has now raised my antenna, because I am now concerned about what the enforcement of the entire agreement is. We need to have an enforcement mechanism. Once we have an enforcement mechanism that has teeth to it, we then have the leverage to do whatever we want with, not whatever we want, we have the leverage to have a sit down with the property owner and say, you know what, we think there's a breach of the agreement and this really bad thing will happen. So we need to make some adjustments. Do you agree to them, or do you want the really bad thing to happen? So I'm less worried about an amendment process and more about enforcement.
So Bob, the enforcement provision is in section 915-1, subsection A. No person shall occupy, use, or change the use of any structure except in conformity with all the provisions of this title and the conditions of any approval granted under this title. So continued occupancy of the structure is conditioned on compliance with the conditions that you approve tonight.
Right. So we could pull the rental license. So that's if we call for a periodic check-in and there's a report by, I don't care if it's by the staff or by the neighbors or by the applicant, but there's proof given to a future council a year or 2 or 3 from now that the good neighbor agreement is not being complied with, and the city therefore has the power to withdraw the license, which would be catastrophic, I suspect. Then we're going to have a very interesting discussion about what new rules might need to be applied.
Yeah. And Bob, I'm in complete agreement. I just want to check in on one super minor detail. I think we pull the certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, I think the city manager's issued an order says it can't be occupied. The provision for revoking the license is separate, and that can only be done for violations of Title 10. The violation of the conditions in Title 9, it's fine.
Okay.
Great. Bob, I think you and Tom have kind of given us some insight into how to do this. We can have a review at 1 year and see, you know, on balance, is the good neighbor agreement being followed, or on balance, is there a real problem? And, you know, definitely if there's, you know, 2 or 3 big problems that are probably code violation related, whether it's noise, trash, parking, whatever, then we'd have the conversation that you're talking about, right? You know, it would be, let's make an amendment so that we're getting better compliance with what we expected. And if not, then, you know, it's a very bad outcome and nobody wants that. We don't want to have people no place to live. So it seems to me like if we did what was done in detention homes and we got a report at a year, then the council at that time could evaluate you know, whether to direct the city manager about occupancy of the property. Junie.
This may not be a real concern, but my question, whether it's for Tom or people who work on the Hill, is that a requirement that we have of other properties on the Hill that are being rented, that, you know, if we can just pull their licenses, or if, you know, the young people over there are being raucous? So I'm just wondering if we are just being somewhat too restrictive or too strict on this particular property.
Might I colloquy, Junie?
Please.
I think one answer to why we're we're focused on this and not all other rental properties, which is its own conversation, is because this is an expansion of a non-conforming use that is not compliant with its zoning. And so because there's this expansion of the non-conforming use, we have this conversation about how do we make sure that that expansion does not degrade the quality of life in the neighborhood, which I forget which code provision, but Mark quoted it early on tonight. So I think there's a rational reason why we do that here, because it's non-conforming and expanding. That's my guess as to why we're more focused on this than like every other property.
Thank you. I'm not questioning, that's not what I'm questioning, but yeah.
Well, can you explain it? Maybe I didn't quite get it.
Well, I think what I just get a sense that we're being much, much more restrictive. And I understand what you're saying. There is an expansion and we want to ensure we maintain the quality of life. But at the same time, I just feel it's slightly more restrictive than it might need to be, because there are other properties in the area as well. So if we're being lax on those properties and we're just focused on this particular one, but I see Bob and Tom, maybe they have a better response to.
Let's start with Bob and then Tom. Bob?
Well, I had a policy suggestion, but if Tom has a piece of legal advice that could trump that, so I'm going to yield to Tom and then I'll come back.
Great.
Thank you. So there's also section 9.2.11, which provides for, it requires the city manager to, before issuing a certificate of occupancy or certificate of completion, to review the development agreement and make sure everything's complied with. So, and then there's a subsection B that allows anyone aggrieved by any violation of the development agreement to petition the planning board to hold a quasi-judicial hearing to determine whether or not the conditions are being met. So there's two different processes to enforce these kind of agreements.
Okay, Bob?
I wanted to touch on something that Ginny said, and something I think that Mirabai said, as far as, are we being too restrictive? But on the other hand, what if they happen to just have a good year and there's no complaints? I think checking in just once is not enough, but I don't think that checking in perpetually every year until the end of time is fair either. So I was going to throw out this as a suggestion. Maybe after the initial CO is issued, that is, people are actually going to start living there, maybe 3 annual check-ins after that. I think if they get it right for about 3 years in a row, they're probably managing the property appropriately, and we probably don't need to do check-ins regularly after that, unless, obviously, as Tom points out, there's always a statutory grounds to haul them in front of planning board anyway, so that doesn't go away. But I'd just say 3 contractual check-ins. I would ask that be a joint check-in by staff and the property owner, that they come up with a joint set of facts. If they disagree, they can say they disagree. The neighbors can obviously weigh in. It can be presented to council, and if the neighbors think that the staff and the developer haven't told the truth, then they can offer their different version of the facts. I hope we have the same result as we had with detention homes, where the neighbors and the property owner came walking in literally hand in hand, and we're delighted with the outcome. I hope that a year from now, or 3 or 4 years from now, everybody in the neighborhood and the developer are delighted with the outcome. That's what our job is, to try to nudge everybody in that direction.
Okay, so Bob, you put an idea on the table, which is 3 one-year check-ins, and I think it can be an on-balance check-in. You haven't said anything criteria-based, so we could just have a review, and maybe the first one comes to council and the other 2 are just staff level. So that's a proposal Bob's put out there. 3 one-year check-ins. The first one comes to council and they're focused on whether the good neighbor agreement is being complied with. Does anyone object to that condition? No. Okay, great. So I'll turn to staff and ask a question. We've got 4 agreed upon conditions here that we would like to add. Would staff like to go back and put verbiage around that and then bring it back to us for final approval?
Yeah, that's my preference, although I'll defer to Sloan, who have to do the heavy lifting. But my preference would be to draft something and bring it back on consent, perhaps at the March 25th meeting.
Okay. Sloan?
That works for me. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
March 25th is either good time travel or a really long time from now.
May 25th.
Mirabai.
I'm assuming we mean May 25th, but I guess I'll just put this out there to the residents who are not happy with the agreements as they are. If you would not mind emailing us, if you're still on and awake, to let us know if these conditions make you feel better, because I'd be very interested in hearing that before I voted on the project.
Tom, should we?
May 25th, I think, is a study session. Did you mean May 18th, Tom? 2 weeks from now?
I meant
Yeah, I
2
was
weeks
just
from now.
going to say
Sorry,
that. Yeah.
So I had the wrong day and the wrong month, but I had the 2 weeks.
Other than that, you're spot on.
That's perfect.
So, do we need to vote tonight, or do we vote tonight with these verbal approvals and then bring it back on consent, or do we have these written up and then do a final vote in 2 weeks?
So the code says you have 30 days after the close of the public hearing to issue your final decision. So my recommendation is close the public hearing. I think council's given direction, and then vote on May 18th on the final conditions of approval or change them.
Super. We will do that. I'm going to recap what I think the 4 conditions are. Aaron, why don't you go?
Oh, I just wanted to get clarification on the process thing. So where do we stand then if we're kind of in a continued or closed public hearing, but a continued consideration of a quasi-judicial issue like this? Do we keep, I mean, I guess we haven't been talking to people, we probably still shouldn't, but are we okay with emails? And of course people can email us anytime, right? But how do we handle that?
So the record is closed. All you're doing is approving your final decision. Within 30 days of the public hearing, or within such time as council and the applicant mutually agree, the council will either grant the application in whole or part. So your final decision has to come within 30 days. You're still covered by all the quasi-judicial due process limitations on not considering evidence outside of the record.
So the emails to council, will those count as the record? I mean, we have to read our emails, right? So
yeah, we will continue put them in the record, send them to the applicant, make sure that they have an opportunity to rebut them if they so choose, and we'll put that record before you on May 18th.
Great, good. Now we can read our constituent emails with a clear conscience. Thanks for clarifying that.
Adam.
Yeah, I was just wondering real quick, are these conditions in addition to any planning board conditions, or are they in lieu of any planning board conditions?
I'm interpreting them as, in addition. In the case of quiet hours, we're altering one of their conditions, for example, but I was imagining these all either altering or in addition to.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that was the case, and make sure we were all agreeing to the same thing. So
okay,
if we agree.
And I think that's a very important point to bring up. I'll let Bob go, and then I'll straw poll that, and then I'll try and summarize our conditions. Bob.
That was certainly my intention, Adam, too, that these be incremental. The point I was going to request I was going to make of Tom is, Tom, you're probably going to do this anyway, but I would encourage you to work with the applicant on the language. Some things they said out loud that they'd be fine with, other things we didn't check in with them on. We're kind of doing this on the fly a little bit. So I would just encourage you. I would hope that you and the applicant's lawyer could come in holding hands with a documentation that everyone agrees is consistent with what we talked about tonight and that they can live with.
Is the council okay with that as general? I take Bob's suggestion. Sometimes the community is not happy with us working too closely with the applicant.
I personally would say it a different way. I would say that I'd love staff to generate the first draft based on what you've heard from us. Running it by the applicant for their feedback, I think makes perfect sense in case we've overlooked something. But I think generally, I feel like council is saying what the conditions of approval are. We'd like staff to write them up. And then Bob, to your point, I'd love to give the applicant a chance to review it, but I'm not sure I want the applicant to draft them.
Yeah, no, you said what I meant. It was more of a drafting point to make sure that they were okay with the language. They don't get to disagree with what we said tonight. It was just more if they had a minor tweak to the language that was consistent with what we said tonight. I would be accommodating of that.
Okay. So first I want to straw poll just to make sure that we're all clear. Adam's question is a very good one. I interpreted all 4 of these as either altering or in addition to the planning board conditions of approval. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay, seeing none, then I think we're clear that the 4 I'm about to say, give direction to staff, will be either altering or in addition to the planning board conditions of approval. First one, quiet hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, as defined by the planning board. Second, and that was straw poll 6-2 in favor of that one. Single address for enforcement, that was 8-0. So if we need to, we direct the city manager on how to interpret the code provision. Third, marketing materials must indicate that all forms of payment are acceptable, including vouchers. And then finally, that there be 3 check-ins at 1-year intervals, the first of which gets brought back to council. And with that, we want to know noise complaints, police visits, code violations, anything else staff finds relevant to consider to see if the good neighbor agreement is being followed, as well as our conditions of approval. So those are the 4. Any comments or feedback to those 4? Okay, very good. So with that, I think I'm going to close this hearing and send staff off to write up the conditions, and we will on May 18th. Is that right? May 18th. Yes, that's right. Have this on consent unless we hear differently at CAC. Okay. With that, thank you to staff very much. This was a tough one. And thank you to everyone who commented tonight. Thank you to the applicant for being here. Anything else from staff on this? Otherwise, we are done with this one. All right. Thank you all very much. Let me pull up my cheat sheet here. Alicia, what are we doing next?
Okay. All right, sir. Am I muted? Okay, good. We are under number 8A, matters from the mayor and members of council. We have the city attorney recruitment subcommittee update.
I think that's me.
That's you, Bob.
That's my wingman is not here. I think we have one slide, and I'll talk as you look at the slide, and somebody could put it up. As council will recall, we as a group shortly after Tom announced that he would be departing this summer, we engaged a recruiter. Thank you. Engaged a recruiter to help us put together a job description. We reached to a number of staff members, a number of members of the legal department to help us with what criteria and qualifications they thought were necessary. Council approved that job description or profile on the 15th of March that was posted, and there was a active recruitment campaign that went on for about 6 weeks. The application process closed a little over a week ago on April 25th. We received a total of 12 applications for the city attorney position. Our recruiter has looked through those and has spoken to a number of the candidates as preliminary interviews. And she is recommending to us that 6 of those 12 fully meet the position profile and are people that she would recommend that we take to the next step. So the next step will be tomorrow. Council will receive a confidential memo from the city attorney's office, which will include redacted versions of those candidate materials. And you'll be asked to, by no later than next Tuesday, share with the recruiter or with Jen Sprinkle, our HR director, your views on those so that this could be a further winnowing process. I think what you'll be asked to do is rank order them based upon your best assessment on paper. Our recruiter, Heather Gantz, is available to meet with people and share with you what she learned in the course of the interviews. So you could either do it on paper or you can meet with Heather as you wish. This is a process very similar to what Aaron and Mary ran with the city manager a few months ago. And then we will, based upon that feedback, we will line up interviews for the top candidates. I don't want to presume how many will be top candidates. And the time is already set on your calendar for the week of the 17th for that to happen. And then the idea is that based upon those interviews, preliminary interviews, that Rachel and I would receive feedback and then bring back to council our recommendations for finalists. And that could be as early as May 25th. It could be the following week. It'll depend on how quickly we get through that round of interviews. So finalists would be identified either in late May or early June. Any questions about that process? We're going to check in with council every week during the month of May to make sure that we're on track, that everyone has a good handle on the process. But that's what Rachel and I and Jen are recommending to our colleagues for the month.
Great. Thank you for that update. And thanks very much for taking on the work, to you and Rachel. Adam.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I wondered if Bob had the answer. Is that sort of a normal amount of applicants for a position in a role like this in a city our size? Did you get that information from our recruiter?
Yeah, I did, and it's a sad answer. Our recruiter was a little disappointed with the numbers. If you look at the dates that are on that slide, you'll see that the visibility campaign was scheduled to launch on March 22nd, and I think we all know what happened on March 22nd. And so she had a less active campaign than she would have liked to have had in light of the circumstance. It was difficult to reach out to people in the days and weeks following the shooting and recruit them actively. So it was a more quiet campaign, and she believed that may have resulted in slightly fewer applications. With that said, she also says that we've got some really, really good applicants. So I wouldn't take the number and extrapolate that to quality. It's just a lower number than I think we would have expected.
Definitely, and that's just what I was wondering. That doesn't speak to the quality of the candidates at all.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Anyone else? Questions, comments, feedback? All right, very good. Thank you. And with that, I want to, Alicia, I think we're done with our agenda. We're on to any items from council. I have one. Next meeting, May 11th, will be the first meeting where our new city manager, Nuria Rivera Vandermeide, is with us, and she will be present and leading that meeting on the staff side. That's great news, but I also want to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to Chris Meschuk for having stepped into the role of acting city manager over the last 6 months, since October. It has been an enormous amount of work. Not only did you, of course, have the COVID issue to deal with as we were continuing to power through probably the worst part of that, but obviously there was a riot and a shooting that occurred also on your watch. So you have done yeoman's work. It has been excellent work, extremely high quality, very responsive, and we couldn't have asked for any more from the service that you've given us in the interim role. So I want to speak for myself and thank you very much, Chris. I've enjoyed working with you on all kinds of issues. And just, again, much gratitude to you for stepping into this role and for helping us out when we needed it. And I'll invite any other council members to speak up if you would like to. Adam.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of things Sam said. And, you know, we get to choose to be in the positions to some degree that we're in, but we never get to choose what we have to deal with while we're in those positions. And Chris, I can't thank you enough for what you've done in the time that you were just slotted into the position you're in. There's, very few things tougher to deal with than the things that you've dealt with. And I just sincerely thank you and the leadership you have for the staff. And it means a lot, I think, to all of us on council that we had someone who could handle those issues the way you did.
Thank you, Adam. I got Mary, Aaron, and Mirabai. Mary.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Thank you, Chris. You just were so awesome. It is beyond words. So really appreciative for how you carried us through these difficult times. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron.
And I already gave Chris my one-on-one thank you last week when we were talking, but just thank you so much. You did an extraordinary job for our community over the last year, and just really grateful that that even though you're stepping down from this position, we still get to work together in the months and years to come. So we'll keep at it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai.
Thanks, Chris. I think if anyone was to look under the dictionary under graceful and humble and beyond competent, your name would be listed first. It's been just a great year getting to work with you, especially because I was teamed up with you for the retreat as well as the interviews for the city manager. And it's just been a joy to get to work with you. You're one of my favorite people that I've worked with on my almost 4 years on council. So we're just very, very grateful for you and to you. And we wish you the absolute best continuing to work with the city and work with us. And we're so lucky to have you. So thank you.
From nearby, Mark.
Chris, I think if you Google the phrase "grace under pressure," you're going to find your picture there. What you have done under the worst possible circumstances is almost beyond description. It's just been extraordinary. And at the same time, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I look forward to continuing to work with you, but what you have done in the last few months has been so outstanding, it just beggars description. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow.
Chris, you are a mensch, which is one of the highest compliments that anyone can pay to a person. You are an absolute mensch. Thank you.
And Junie.
Thank you, Sam. I'm excited I look forward to meeting the new city manager. And, it's been a really hard year for all of us on council and for Chris as well, who just took on this role. So thank you for your service, and you're not going away. I know this sounds like a going away, comments, but yeah, so thank you for everything you've done for all of us.
Great. Well, thank you, council members. And thank you again, Chris. And with that, unless I see any other hands.
Chris, you look like you were going to say something there.
Oh, sorry, Chris. To you.
I was just going to say really quick, thank you. I'm so humbled by all of your comments, and these last 6 months have had lots of highs, definitely some lows, as folks have acknowledged, but the incredible partnership and leadership of the city council has been just awesome. And we have lots of city employees that talk about why they stay and work here, and it's always about the people. And we have an incredible team of people here, an incredible team that continues to support all of the work that we do and has supported me. And so a big thank you to all of the city staff as well. So and yeah, I'm not going far, so you'll still see me. So thank you so much.
Good. All right. And on that happy note, we will adjourn the meeting at 11:38. All right. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.